Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, both to those who are with us in the hearing room in Edinburgh and to those who are following proceedings through the live feed. We are, I think, ready to proceed with a witness. Mr. McGregor is taking the first witness, who I understand is Miss Donna Stevenson.
That's correct, my lord.
Good morning, Ms. Stevenson. As you understand, Ms. Stevenson, you're about to be asked some questions by Mr. McGregor, the counsel to the inquiry. But first of all, I think you're prepared to take the oath.
Indeed so.
Sitting where you are, can I ask you to raise your right hand and repeat these words after me? I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
That I will tell the truth.
That I will tell the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Now, Ms. Stevenson, I anticipate, without giving you a guarantee, that your questioning probably won't go beyond about an hour. Once Mr. McGregor has concluded, I'll take a break in order to check if there's any follow-up questions proposed by the other legal representatives. So, relatively speaking, it shouldn't be long. But nevertheless, if at any stage you want to take a break, just indicate that and we'll take a break.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. McGregor.
Thank you. You're Donna Stevenson, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you've provided a witness statement to the inquiry.
I have.
And a paper copy should be available to you, Ms. Stevenson. Equally, if there's any documents that I want you to look at, they should come up on the screens in front of you. If for any reason they don't, please just let me know and we can rectify that issue.
Thank you.
For anyone that's following in the electronic bundles, Ms. Stevenson's witness statement is in bundle 13 from pages 80 to 129. Now, Ms. Stevenson, the content of your statement will form part of your evidence to the inquiry, but I'm also going to ask you some questions today. If I could just begin by asking you some questions about your qualifications and career. What's your occupation?
I'm a lawyer by profession.
And approximately when did you qualify as a lawyer?
The late 80s.
Okay. And could you just give us a broad, we'll come on and talk about your time with Scottish Futures Trust, but could you just give us a broad overview of your career?
Sure. I qualified as a Scottish lawyer in the first instance at McGregor Donald and became a partner in the 90s. I left there about 2004 and joined the director then in a third-party organisation and joined Scottish Futures Trust towards the end of 2010.
Okay. And when you were working as a lawyer, was there a particular area that you were working in at McGregor Donald? Yes,
I started off in commercial property and then became involved in PPP contracts probably about the mid-90s, mid to late 90s, and was also involved in energy projects as well.
Okay, so started working in property, moved into public-private partnership type work, and then moved out of being in a law firm to work in effectively in industry. Would that be right?
Yes.
When did you come to work for Scottish Futures Trust?
I think it was the end of August 2010.
Okay. And when you joined Scottish Futures Trust, what was your role with them?
I was the associate director.
Okay. And what did and does your work with Scottish Futures Trust involve?
When I joined, it was actually to do work on what we call operational contract management. So that's once the PPP contracts are in their operational phase, how to make sure that the service is delivered and that the public bodies get the service they're paying for. So I did some work with that, and then as the NPD programme came in to being, I was involved with colleagues in Scottish Futures Trust supporting the NPD programme, in particular this project. From about 2010 onwards.
And can you just explain what was the NPD programme?
The NPD programme was a series of PPP contracts which SFT were sort of managing the overall programme, as it were. So that was to deliver a number of projects, particularly in health and colleges.
So again, just so I'm understanding, this would be a revenue-funded model.
Revenue funded, yeah, that's.
And I think you've mentioned PPP. For those of us that don't work in the space, we hear terms like PPP, PFI, NPD. Were there any differences in the NPD model as compared to a standard PFI or PPP deal?
I mean, I suppose conceptually, structurally, they were similar in the sense that it's about the private sector borrows private finance to build the building in the first place and then deliver services over the concession period, which typically lasts about 25 years. The difference in the NPD programme was around the structuring of that finance, and in particular, not paying out dividends. For example, having a public interest director and so on. But in terms of the delivery of the projects, in terms of the concepts around payment mechanism through the operational projects, structurally, I think it's quite similar.
So again, just so I'm understanding things, an NPD would be the same concept as a PFI or a PPP. It's still a revenue-funded model, but within that, within the layers of the onion, there's slight nuances compared to other types of revenue-funded model.
Yeah, in terms of the delivery of the service, it's a similar concept.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to move on and ask you some questions specifically about your involvement in the NPD project for the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People and the Department of Clinical Neurosciences. Can you just explain how you came to be involved in the project and what your role was?
Yes, as I say, once I joined, a number of us who joined or were working with SFT became involved in the NPD team, as it were. So I was supporting the NPD project at the Sick Children's Hospital, and also was the first reviewer in relation to the key stage reviews.
Now, we'll come on to talk about the key stage reviews in a moment, but if we can just think broadly about the role that Scottish Futures Trust had. You tell us within your statement that there was really two roles that Scottish Futures Trust had. There was firstly what you refer to as a project assurance role, and then secondly a guidance and an advice role. So if we just take each in turn, what was the project assurance role that Scottish Futures Trust was providing?
The project assurance role was via key stage reviews, which were there to as a sort of milestones at various levels, and there were 5 of them, so that to test out the readiness of the project to move on, taking account of the commercial position that had been reached in terms of the procurement and the particular value for money aspects.
Okay, so when we're talking about project assurance, we're talking about the key stage reviews, which, again, just so I'm understanding, they're effectively a review of the project at various milestones to make sure that it's appropriate to move to the next level of the model.
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, if we're talking not about the project assurance role, but the guidance and advice role, what did that involve for Scottish Futures Trust?
SFT published guidance on, for example, value for money. There was a standard form of PQQ, pre-qualification questionnaire, which would be near the beginning of the project. And in my role, I also attended what I think was called a working group. So that would be with colleagues within NHS Lothian, and that would be to discuss issues and the stage it reached in terms of various aspects of the project as it moved forward. And as I say in my statement, for example, I was involved with discussions and in supporting the board in terms of, for example, the land issues, which were with Concert at the very big outset of the project.
Okay, so again, there's the assurance role through the key stage reviews, but there's also effectively general advice that's being provided because of Scottish Future Trust's expertise in revenue-funded projects.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you have any concerns in relation to the dual role, both providing guidance on the project and then also making an assessment through the key stage reviews? Did you think there was any conflict of interest in the role of Scottish Futures Trust?
No, I didn't think that to be the case. in terms of my support role, it meant that I had a knowledge of the project and of the various issues that had been dealt with in the period moving up towards each key stage review. So I was able to then discuss those issues with NHS Lothian, and importantly too, as it's clear that the second reviewer was, for the key stage reviews, was someone who wasn't involved in supporting the project and therefore provided that independent assurance as well.
Thank you. I now want to move on and ask you some questions about the key stage reviews. I'm going to begin asking you some general questions about what key stage reviews are, what your role was, and then we'll move on to look at some of the specific key stage reviews that you were involved in. So don't feel in the first set of questions that you need to refer to any of the detail, because today's not a memory test. We'll come on and look at that. So could you just explain in broad terms what the purpose of the key stage reviews were?
Yeah, the key stage reviews looked at a number of aspects of the project, and there was a set list of questions at each milestone. So, for example, there was a pre-OJU before the commencement of the formal commencement of the procurement. There was a series of questions which went through aspects of the project to identify what had been done in the period up to that, so that, as I say, it was ready then to move forward to the next process. Also importantly, as it moved through, if there were aspects of the project which we thought was still to be dealt with in the next stage, there could be there were usually a number of recommendations, and then I would then discuss those with NHS Lothian as part, as we proceeded. And at the next key stage review, there'd be a review of those recommendations as well as it were the questions that were in the next key stage review.
And how did you determine when the key stages would be? Were they set at the beginning of the project, or were they effectively developed as the project went on?
The stages were preset, but the precise timing of it would be a matter of, as it were, the readiness of the project. So, if we take, for example, the pre-OJU KSR, it wasn't one of the issues that we covered off in that, and that had been discussed at some length, as I say, with NHS Lothian, was the land issues with Concert. So there was an element of things had to be, everybody had to be clear that we were at the point where it was then appropriate to move forward, so that there wasn't a predetermined date to do each of the key stage reviews. It was really once it had moved up to the point where it was appropriate to do that, and then NHS Lothian would say, for example, we're ready to close dialogue, and then we would do the key stage review.
Okay, so you've told us about the pre-OJEU, so the stage before you actually issue the tender documents. Someone would effectively issue a prompt to Scottish Futures Trust to say, we think that we're ready to go out to tender now, and then the key stage reviews conducted at that point as an independent check before that stage of the project happens. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And would that happen again at other key stages? So, for example, closing dialogue, there would be a prompt to Scottish Futures Trust to say, NHS Lothian thinks that we're ready to close dialogue, and then the key stage review takes place to see whether the project can move on to the next stage.
Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned that your role was as the primary reviewer, and that there was also a secondary reviewer. If we just take each of those jobs in turn, what were you doing as a primary reviewer on a key stage review?
As a primary reviewer, I would draft the key stage review, so that, as I say, there were a number of questions that were preset. So these were available not just to SFT, but obviously to NHS Lothian. So typically in advance, and there was an element of it being an iterative process. So I would draft that, send a draft to probably, most likely, Brian Curry as the project director. We would discuss those issues. As I say, we did have reasonably frequent meetings in any event. So that if there were issues then coming out of those discussions, we could then, have a further discussion about that, and that might then change the wording on the key stage review. So in a sense, the final or the signed key stage review would be the product of that discussion, so that was then the position at the time that the key stage review was signed off.
Okay, so you're asking questions, you're getting information back, and you say it's an iterative process, so a two-way process. How are you actually physically getting the information? Is it questions that you're asking and responses coming back from NHS Lothian, or are you doing something different?
Responses from NHS Lothian, but in addition to that, because of the support role, I would be aware of things. For example, how the price, one of the issues that's dealt with in the key stage review is what's the current capital cost, because that was an important value for money and affordability issue to be considered at that stage. So if there'd been a variation on that, I'd have probably been aware of that from discussions that had already taken place.
Thank you. So that's what you're doing as the primary reviewer. You're asking the questions, reviewing the information, involved in the iterative process, drafting the report. What's the role of the secondary reviewer?
The secondary reviewer, once I'd got the KSR to the point where I thought it was ready to go, as it were, that had reached the delivery point with recommendations, I would then submit that to the secondary reviewer, who would review the draft key. It would be a draft KSR at that point. We would then have a meeting at which the secondary reviewer would then ask me questions and challenge certain points on what was happening or what was coming out of the various responses. And then they may suggest further recommendations, for example, or further aspects that needed clarified, and that would then get us to the point whereby we had a final KSR. And the final KSR was would then be signed off by, as I recall it, the first reviewer, the second reviewer, and then NHS Lothian also signed the KSR.
Okay, and the secondary reviewer, is that someone from within Scottish Futures Trust or someone external to Scottish Futures
someone
Trust?
Within Scottish Futures Trust.
Okay. So again, just so I'm understanding things, primary reviewer effectively produces the report, secondary reviewer provides some challenge and comment so that both primary and secondary reviewer are comfortable, and then there's also a sign-off from someone within NHS Lothian who's the procuring authority. Is that right?
And that assumes that one gets to the stage where the KSR is actually signed off, really.
Yes. In terms of the work that you're doing, is that looking at commercial aspects of the project, or is it looking at technical aspects of the project, or is it looking at both?
It'd be more the commercial aspects of the project. I didn't perform, and it wasn't part of the remit of the KSR to do, for example, any technical reviews.
So again, just so I'm understanding things, you're interested in the commercial side, but you're a lawyer working for Scottish Futures Trust. You're not receiving technical information or asking technical questions or conducting any form of technical review within the key stage reviews.
That's correct.
If I could move on now and just ask you to have in front of you some of the key stage reviews that were completed for the project, the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People and the Department of Clinical Neurosciences. If we could begin within bundle 9, please, at page 50. Bundle 9, page 50, you should have top right-hand corner, Scottish Futures Trust, validation of revenue funded projects, NPD programme, pre-close of dialogue, key stage review. Do you see that?
Yep.
So is this the key stage review that is taking place before competitive dialogue gets closed off?
That's correct.
And what would you be looking to, what information would you be looking for to make an assessment that the project was ready to have the dialogue stage closed off?
But as I say, the next series of pages on that key stage review can contain a whole series of questions, which are various aspects to test whether or not the close of dialogue stage can come to an end. So things around, for example, the affordability in terms of the capital cost, things around the development of the discussions, how far the design has been, the position that's been reached in terms of have commercial positions being closed off and so on and so forth. As I say, there's a whole series of preset questions to which responses would have been recorded.
Thank you. If we look on to page 55, please. We see there pre-COD key stage review list, and we see the SFT reviewer, you, Donna Stevenson, and then the SFT second reviewer, Tony Rose.
Yes.
And then if we move on to page 59, please. If we could zoom in on question 2, beginning, is the procuring authority? You see that?
Sorry, it's moving between pages.
Yes. Just let it calm down. So there's the question 2, is the procuring authority and are its advisors satisfied with the overall quality and level of detail supplied by bidders during dialogue in respect of the design and build and service delivery solutions, and that bidders' proposals are capable of meeting its requirements? Do you see that?
Yes.
And there's then a recommendation that prior to close of dialogue, the board receives copies of SFT letters in the form of the drafts which the board have earlier provided to SFT from each of its financial, legal and technical advisors, confirming that each consider that it is appropriate for the board to close dialogue. Do you see that?
Yes.
Again, just so I'm understanding things, you mentioned that this is a commercial review, but there's a sort of a question there touching on technical issues. But is that really the limit of what Scottish Futures Trust would be doing in terms of saying, effectively, have you thought about the technical issues and how are you going to comply with them, as opposed to going into the very detailed issues of technical matters?
Well, there were a series of questions which we were asking the board to reflect on where it come to and to give us responses. This particular one reflects the fact that, of course, the board had its advisors in terms of financial, legal and technical, and in particular we would then ask for direct confirmation from them that they had, as it were, been through all of the relevant aspects that would need to be dealt with up to that point. So in a sense that was an assurance from them that they too were satisfied that was the position, rather than, for example, me getting drawings to look at. I wouldn't do a technical review in that sense, but we would nonetheless raise appropriate matters with the board, and in this case getting letters directly from the advisors, so that there was assurance that they had satisfied themselves.
So again, perhaps from a commercial point of view, making sure that technical issues haven't been lost sight of, but you're not conducting a detailed technical review yourself as the primary reviewer. Yes. Thank you. And again, perhaps similarly, if we look on to page 62, please, and to question 16. See question 16, please confirm.
Yep.
Please confirm what further development of technical information is required from bidders between now and final tender submission, and from the preferred bidder between appointment and financial close. Is the procuring authority and are its advisors satisfied that this is achievable within the current project timetable? Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the far right hand box, 100% compliance for operational functionality and middle room layouts has now been achieved with all bidders. The board has reviewed the bidders' programmes for design development through to financial close. The board consider that the programme from preferred bidder to financial close is challenging. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, why would you be asking that question at question 16?
Sorry, why?
Why?
Well, again, to get confirmation and assurance from the board that they were satisfied that they got to the point whereby there was sufficient development, particularly in this case of the technical information, so that they were at a stage whereby they could see that the progress from now until final tender submission and then on to financial close was achievable, and that in a sense they had done what they needed to do to get to the point of, in this case, closing dialogue.
Thank you. If we could look on to page 77, please, and to question 26. See question 26 beginning, recommendation that the project team. So it says question 26, recommendation that the project team ensure that 1, the competitive dialogue is conducted in a robust, focused and effective manner that maintains bidders' interest and encourages competitive responses, and that it is structured to ensure that bidders understand the basis of evaluation of the evaluation criteria and the standard of the applicable pass-fail tests. And 2, that the competitive dialogue process is a standing item on the agenda of the project board, and that the board is updated at each meeting as to the issues and risks arising from the process. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then in the far right-hand box, the board advises that this has been completed. Do you see that?
Yes.
So, again, just so I'm understanding is that at this stage, what you're being told is, as the primary reviewer, is that there's going to have been robust competitive dialogue with clarity around what's going to be a pass and what's going to be a fail in relation to the assessment of tenders.
Yes, so that recommendation I would expect would have been in a previous KSR in order to, as it were, inform and assist the board in terms of setting out their tendering process, in particular the competitive dialogue process. So in a sense, this was signposting, you know, the importance of those aspects of competitive dialogue, and in number 2, the importance of the governance position in terms of the project board being updated as to issues and risks so that they could be discussed and dealt with at the appropriate stage during the competitive dialogue process. And as you see on the right-hand side, that the board is advised that that has been done.
Thank you. If we could look on to page 88, please, and to question 49. So question 49, please describe the risks that the procuring authority considers to be most significant to the success of the final tender and preferred bidder stages and the strategy for managing these risks. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then in the right-hand box, the red risks which were reported to and discussed at the November project steering board meeting were 1, programme delayed due to protracted or inconclusive closure of dialogue and or negotiations to reach financial agreement. The project team continued to be sceptical regarding delivery of FC in less than 6 months from the appointment of preferred bidder, third-party involvement in town planning process, or the funding competition are of particular concern. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you just explain what was your understanding in terms of the concerns at this stage in relation to the programme to financial close?
Yeah, I mean, that risk addresses the programme and the timescale to financial close rather than issues that were thought to be problematic in terms of actually getting to financial close, or importantly, issues which were outstanding in terms of at this stage. So the third party involvement in town planning, you know, is part of the process, and the funding competition, as I understand it, took place during the preferred bidder stage. So these were things that were still to happen, and there was a, you know, an issue being raised about would that all be done within 6 months, but it was things that were prospective rather than retrospective.
Yeah, so at this point, it was things that might be on the horizon that would be problematic, as opposed to things that were truly an issue at that stage.
Yes.
Thank you. We could put that document to one side. Can I ask you to have in front of you now, please, bundle 7 at page 3. So this should be the pre-preferred bidder appointment key stage review from the 28th of February 2014. If I could ask you to look on to page 5, please. Under the heading 1.2, you see it states this review is required to be completed following evaluation of final tenders and in advance of the appointment of a preferred bidder.
Yes.
So that's the stage that we're at. If we look on to page 7, you see that again, you're the SFT reviewer with Tony Rose as the second reviewer.
Yes.
Look on to page 9, please, and it's the box 2, just between the bottom of page 9 and over onto page 10. 2 states, is the procuring authority satisfied that the proposed, and then over the page, preferred bidder solution will satisfy its operational and functional requirements, including in relation to matters below, and deliver the project objectives, benefits and outcomes. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the right-hand box is the position remains as at the pre-COD KSR, except for the catering proposal noted above. Do you see that?
Yes.
So apart from an issue round about the catering issue, were you being told as primary reviewer effectively there was nothing to be updated in relation to that matter?
That's correct.
If you look on to page 11, please. Box 3. There's an entry. Is the procuring authority and are its advisors satisfied that any further development of technical information required from the preferred bidder appointment, the financial close, is achievable within the current project timetable? Then we see in the right-hand box, the board has confirmed that all bidders have provided detailed programmes cover the activities for the preferred bidder until FC, and the development of the technical information is at least as advanced as the board anticipated at this stage. The board and its advisors are satisfied that any further development of technical information from PB appointment to FC is achievable within the current project timetable. Do you see that?
Yes.
So again, just so I'm understanding things, obviously the issue's been raised again about getting to financial close and technical development. The information that you've been supplied with as primary reviewer is that this is a matter that the board have considered. Technical solutions are as developed as they would have expected at this stage, and there's nothing being highlighted as a major problem in terms of the development for the period to financial close. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, just so I'm understanding you, from your perspective, you've asked the question, you've got the response, but as a lawyer working for Scottish Futures Trust, you wouldn't be the person to interrogate the response that comes back from NHS Lothian.
Yes, I mean, I think the other point to bear in mind is if there was information available to me which I knew about, which was inconsistent with this statement, then that would have prompted me to ask questions, further questions of the board. If, as in this case, it's simply, the board's confirmed the position, that is then proceeded on that basis.
Thank you. If we could look on to page 26, please. To question 25, beginning, please demonstrate. You see that, question 25? Yes. Please demonstrate that a programme has been agreed with the proposed preferred bidder for the various due diligence processes required to reach financial close, and that these are realistic and synchronised with the overall procurement timetable. And then the response in the box on the right-hand side. Programme capturing the processes requiring from preferred bidder to financial close form part of the final tender submission. The board has provided a consolidated programme which sets out the main activities programme is, however, currently light on detail for due diligence processes. This will need to be further developed with the preferred bidder and in consideration of the strategy to secure senior debt funding to ensure this activity is synchronised with the overall procurement timetable. Now we then see a recommendation. It says, recommendation, it is recommended the provision of a detailed programme and work plan for the project to include the capture of diligence and agreed funding procurement route is prioritised for agreement at the first meeting with the PB. Do you see that?
Yes.
We see the response and then we see the recommendation. Why would that type of recommendation be included in a key stage review?
Well, again, if the judgment, as in this case, is that the project is at a point when it can move on to the next stage, as I said earlier, quite often we would include a number of recommendations which would provide us a recommendation to the board, as in this case, to having identified in its response an issue around it being light on detail. The recommendation, therefore, is to prioritise the production of a detailed programme. So, in other words, it was recommending to the board that they action that issue in order to deal with the point which had been raised, which was the lack of detail at the stage.
Thank you. If we could then look on to page 41, please. we'll see an Annex B, key risks. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we look at the first risk highlighted is programme delay in reaching financial close. And if we look a couple of boxes over, we see adequacy of controls, which are described as not satisfactory at present. The project team continue to be sceptical regarding delivery of FC in less than 6 months from appointment of preferred bidder, and we see the status of that being red. Can you just explain your understanding of why this was included as a kind of key red risk in the key stage review?
Yeah, my recollection is that this key risk would have come from the project risk register, which one would look at the key stage review stage as a matter of course at each stage. The point I made earlier, which is the risk here is a programme delay in reaching financial close, not a programme delay in reaching the stage which one needed to be at this key stage review point. So there are a number of issues which have been highlighted there by the board to say that there's things to be done. Are we able to do this in 6 months? But so that was being highlighted. The programme, as I recollect at that point, was 6 months. The point being that even if it wasn't achieved within the 6 months, it didn't mean that you wouldn't start moving towards financial close, which is what this key stage review was about.
Thank you. We can put that document to one side. The next document that I ask you to have in front of you, please, is in Bundle 9, page 3. Bundle 9, page 3. Which should be the pre-financial close key stage review. Do you see that?
Yes.
If we could look to page 11, please. See, entry 2, is the procuring authority satisfied that the preferred bidder solution satisfies its operational and functional requirements and delivers the project objectives, benefits and outcomes? Do you see that?
Yes.
The response is yes, with the comments being the detail of the design has been discussed with user groups to ensure clinical support, and the board confirms that it has received appropriate internal sign-off. Do you see that?
Yes.
So no concerns being raised in the information that you've received in relation to any issues concerning the preferred bidder's solution. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you. And then box 3 below that, please confirm the status of the technical documentation, i.e. design, construction and FM requirements. Is the procuring authority and are its advisors satisfied that further development / document production, if any, is achievable within the current project timetable? And then the response in the comments box is, the board has confirmed that the technical documentation is at a level of development consistent with the current stage of the preferred bidder to financial close programme. The board advises that they are content with the documentation subject to further development through RDD following financial close, and that the construction proposals are of sufficient detail to provide sufficient certainty to the board as to what is to be provided and to permit a timely start on site. The board has also confirmed that the FM service level specification is agreed and that the FM method statements have been completed and agreed. So again, in terms of the development of the documentation, what you were being told as primary reviewer is that there was sufficient certainty had been provided to the board in relation to the technical solution. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was going to be subject to review through the reviewable design data process, but that there's no specific concerns being raised to you as the primary reviewer.
Yes. I mean, it says that the board is satisfied that there's sufficient certainty as to what is to be provided. And we would expect that the board would have taken, advice from its technical advisors in coming to this view.
Thank you. And then if we could look on to page 19, please. Box 6. We see the entry, what are the key risks / outstanding issues that may have an impact on the affordability of the project and what strategy is in place to manage these? And then we see in the comment section, the latest risk register for the project contains the following risk that is relevant to affordability. Specification changes post-financial close. There is a process for dealing with change through the project board and the board's governance arrangements in place. Do you see that?
Yes.
So again, just so I'm understanding things, in terms of one of the key risks that's being flagged is that if there was to be a change in specification, that would be relevant to the affordability of the project. That's being flagged up as an issue at this stage.
Yes, and my understanding being that that would be a change by the board as opposed to a change that was required to comply with other matters. So that was if the board changed its position, there could be a cost, potentially a time implication of that.
One issue that I'd wish to raise with you is the inquiry has heard evidence from other witnesses that have suggested in 2014, so in the period prior to financial close, which takes place in February 2015, that there were poor relations potentially between NHS Lothian and IHSL, who was the preferred bidder. Minutes recording that there was paranoia, lack of trust, documentation suggesting that the ventilation design being proposed potentially gave rise to the risk of infections such as MRSA and norovirus. Was any information like that being fed back to you in your position as primary reviewer?
In relation to the ventilation, no. I mean, in relation to the relations and the timescales to get to financial close, I've seen as a result of preparing for today, for example, the minutes of various meetings, which, such as the commercial subgroup, I think, which I think had a representative of SFT. So having reviewed that documentation, I'm aware that those sorts of discussions took place. But in terms of the ventilation, as is clear from the KSRs, that wasn't flagged up as being an issue.
And in terms of the issues that you've talked about from the minutes that you've now reviewed about the potential relationships and tensions between NHS Lothian and its preferred bidder, were you aware of any of those issues at the time you were producing the key stage reviews?
I don't recall precisely what I recalled in those number of years ago, but in terms of discussions that I would have had regularly with Peter Reekie, if he'd typically, I can't say by reference to that particular one, but typically if he would go along to a meeting, for example, of the project steering board, or as I understand it, that was a commercial subgroup, it would be common for him to have a discussion with me if issues came out of those sorts of meetings.
But would those types of issues be relevant to the key stage review that you were conducting?
Well, as I said, if at the point in time of the key stage review, there were responses which were coming, from confirmations from the board, and I had information at that time that was not accurate, then I would expect that I would have then raised that with the board. My recollection from what you said of the timescales there is that the timing of the meetings to which you refer took place in 2014, I think, and this is now February 2015. So the point of the KSR is it records the position at the date of the KSR, so that if matters had been outstanding, which then had been developed to the point where the board was able to provide the confirmations, for example, that we've looked at in relation to the development of the design, that might be a product of the fact that things had moved on between 2014 and 2015.
Again, just so I'm understanding things, key stage review is effectively a snapshot in time on the basis of the information that you're being provided with when the key stage review is conducted. Is that fair? Thank you. I'd ask you to have in front of you, please, within Bundle 10, Volume 1, page 283. This is a document called Healthcare Associated Infection System for Controlling Risk in the Built Environment. It's often referred to as an HAI scribe report. Now, I'm not suggesting that you've seen this document before. It's just one entry in it that I want to take you to. But this was a document that was produced on the 19th of November 2014. And if we could look on to page 286, please. And it's entry 2.2. So entry 2.2 is the ventilation system design fit for purpose, given the potential for infection spread via ventilation systems? Do you see that?
Yes.
And the box is ticked as no. So at this point in time, on the 19th of November, there was an issue as to whether the ventilation system design was fit for purpose, given the potential for infection spread via the ventilation systems. Now, the inquiries heard evidence from at least one individual who said that this issue is identified. There's a disagreement between, on the one hand, NHS Lothian and Mott MacDonald on the one hand, and IHSL on the other, as to whether the proposal either was or wasn't going to lead to a risk of spread of infection. And the inquiries heard evidence that that issue wasn't resolved before financial close. Were you aware of any such issues when you were conducting your pre-financial close key stage review?
As I say, I don't have any recollection of being aware of that position. And as we looked at the financial close confirmation that's recorded in the KSR doesn't flag that up as being an issue.
So if there was an issue, you're not aware of it when you're conducting that key stage review, is that correct?
That's my recollection.
And if that was an issue, let's just assume pre-financial close, there was a recognised issue of the ventilation system design potentially not being fit for purpose because it gave rise to a potential risk of spread of infection. That would be a technical issue. Would that be something that you would think would be relevant for your key stage review?
Although it might be a technical issue, I would expect that if it was a technical issue which gave rise to what I might call a commercial issue, so in other words, if there was a point of unclarity as to the specification at that point, that is the sort of thing that I would have expected might well have been elevated by the board in terms of saying if it was still outstanding at the point of the KSR, then that could a technical issue can give rise to a commercial issue, can give rise to an issue that needs to be sorted for the purpose of the contract. That makes sense.
Again, just so I'm understanding you, are you saying that obviously there's some technical issues that are relevant to technical people and they wouldn't be on your horizon, but there can be some really big technical issues that would effectively bleed over and they do become commercial issues that would be relevant for a key stage review?
That could occur.
I can ask you to have your statement in front of you, please. So we're within bundle 13 and the passage I'd like to pick up with you is on page 104. And it's in paragraph 10, just above the red wording at B. It's just the final sentence in the bold text. I think we've covered this already, but it's just to be absolutely clear. It's a statement there that you make where you say the risks identified here, so you're referring to a key stage review, you say the risks identified here are presented as risks to financial close, not risks at financial risk. I think that means financial close. This is a key difference. Could you just explain what you mean by that key difference, that a risk to financial close isn't the same as a risk at financial close?
It's part of the timing piece again. Just a little bit further up there, it says the pre-financial close KSR deals with the risks on the project risk register at that time. So what we would expect is that the project risk register would be updated. So there might be issues which arose in 2014, which were resolved by the board in the period coming up to February 2015. If, however, there were risks which were identified which hadn't been resolved, we would expect that those risks, if they were material, would be on the project risk register, and we reviewed the project risk register for the purpose of the KSR. So that's the sort of flow of it. So you could have a situation whereby there was a risk to financial close. In other words, these things had to be, I took from that was risk which required to be dealt with adequately before reaching financial close. There's a separate set of risks which are risks which arise at financial close. So we looked a few moments ago, for example, at changes by the board leading to affordability issues. That would be a risk which would still be outstanding at financial close, in the sense that there was the whole construction period still to go. So that's a risk that is still apposite at financial close, which we would then look at and say, well, how are you managing that risk? Alternatively, there may be risks which were risks to financial close, which either would be resolved by financial close, in which case they would be resolved. If they were material and they weren't resolved, we would have expected them to see them on the project risk register.
Thank you. The final issue that I'd wish to pick up with you is it's really almost looking to the future. NHS Lothian's position before the public inquiry is that there were some errors in a spreadsheet in an environmental matrix, a technical document, which didn't get spotted during the procurement exercise. You've obviously told us today about the key stage reviews that are a commercial review. There doesn't seem from the information provided to the inquiry today that there's an independent technical assessment that's taking place before financial close. Do you see that as being a gap in governance on projects of this nature?
As I say, the essence of the KSR and the remit of the KSR was to deal with the matters, including technical matters, which the board, we would expect the board to flag up, as it were. So that's really how that was dealt with within the KSR.
I guess what I'm trying to explore is, you've explained very, very clearly what you did, what Scottish Futures Trust role was, and why you weren't doing a detailed technical assessment or appraisal. I guess what I'm asking is, as someone who works in this space on revenue funded projects, do you think there should be some form of independent technical review before contracts are signed?
Well, my understanding, for example, is that there has now been, I don't know the detail, but the NHS Assure now looks at various matters, which certainly be beyond my remit.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions at this stage, but Lord Brodie might have some questions, or equally there might be some questions from core participants. But thank you for answering my questions today.
I don't have any questions at this stage, Ms. Stevenson, but as I indicated before you began your evidence, I'd like to give the opportunity to those in the room just to consider their position and check whether there's anything that arises that they would wish to be raised. So what I will ask, first of all, is that you be taken back to the witness room. We'll take a break of about 10 minutes, and you'll then come back. May be asked further questions, or you may not, but I will ask you to come back. If you could give us 10 minutes. Of course.
Please stand.
About 10 minutes. Reekie style. Mr. McGregor.
Lord Brody, there's one point of detail that I would raise. Other than that, there's nothing else to raise and no applications as far as I'm aware.
Right. Ms. Stevenson, I understand there's just one question that Mr. McGregor would wish to ask in addition. Mr. McGregor.
It's just one point of detail to pick up with you, that within the key stage reviews, we saw that there were some recommendations that were made within the key stage reviews. Were those mandatory for NHS Lothian to follow, or were they simply included there as a guide or a classic recommendation?
We would, I suppose it's fair to say that we would expect them to follow the recommendations. The way it would work, though, would be that I would always review those recommendations at the next stage. So if the recommendations hadn't been followed, it's not so much that it would be mandatory or non-mandatory, it's that would then be taken into account in the next key stage review. And in particular, I suppose the purpose of the recommendations were then to assist the process to get to the next stage. So if they weren't followed, then that might have an impact in terms of the timing or indeed achieving the next stage.
Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions for you.
Ms. Stevenson, that's now the end of your evidence. But before you leave us, can I say thank you, not just for your attendance this morning. I very much appreciate that giving evidence to the inquiry involves a great deal more than being with us for an hour and a half. You will have put in a lot of work, so thank you for that in addition, but you're now free to go.
Thank you.
Now, as I understand it, Mr. McLennan is pretty well ready to slip into the questioner's chair. I will withdraw for what may just be a matter of minutes, but will not adjourn beyond that. So it's just a question of swapping places and making sure that the correct devices are correctly attached, and then we'll proceed directly to Mr. Reekie's evidence.
Yes, Lord.
Right.
Please stand.
Good morning, Mr. Reekie. As you appreciate, you're about to be asked questions by Mr. McClelland. But first, you will are prepared to affirm.
Yes.
Just sitting where you are, if you would please repeat these words after me. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
I will tell the truth,
that I will tell the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but
Thank you very much. Mr. McClelland.
Could you please confirm your name?
Peter Reekie.
And you are the Chief Executive Officer of the Scottish Futures Trust, is that correct?
It is.
And since when have you held that post?
Start of 2018.
And you've explained this to the inquiry on a previous occasion, but just to put your evidence in context today, could you please just explain the role of the SFT?
Yeah, Scottish Futures Trust is a centre of infrastructure expertise for the Scottish public sector, wholly owned by Scottish ministers. And our job is to work with public bodies and with industry to get the best possible value for money for infrastructure investment and use across Scotland.
And you've provided a statement for this, a witness statement for this phase of the inquiry's work. Do you have a copy of that in front of you?
I've got it on my screen, yeah.
You got it on your screen? Okay, good. For those following on the electronic devices, the reference is bundle 13 at page 312. And could I just ask you, Mr. Reekie, does that statement set out fully and truthfully your evidence on the matters that it addresses?
Well, mine does, but the one in front of me on the main screen is for Paul Cooper, so that's a different one, sorry.
Okay, that's my fault. I've given the wrong reference. The correct one is page 350.
350, I think.
Yeah. There we are. Is there anything in your statement that you think needs to be changed or corrected?
No.
Well, the inquiry will accept that as your evidence, but you'll appreciate that I've got some more questions for you in addition to that.
Of course.
And just for completeness, I should explain that in addition to that statement, you also prepared a detailed witness statement for the inquiry's hearings in May of last year, and you also came here last year to give evidence in person. So I have no wish, and I'm sure you don't either, to cover any of that ground again. We'll take all of that previous evidence as read. The consequence of that, Mr. Reekie, is that there's not a great deal that I have to ask you about today. As I say, there are a few questions. If I could begin, first of all, by asking you about the procurement process for the Sick Kids project.
Mm-hmm.
Tenders for that project were scored on the basis of a 60-40 split. So 60% of the score relating to price and 40% relating to quality.
Yep.
And in your statement, you describe that 60-40 split as only a recommendation by the SFT, albeit one that you would have taken some convincing to depart from. Now, it may be a matter of semantics, but just to clarify it, the SFT guidance on tender evaluation from the time refers to the 60-40 split as a requirement, unless there are project-specific factors to justify an alternative approach. The evidence from the NHSL witnesses is to the general effect that they wanted to give higher weight to quality, that discussions took place with the SFT about that, but that ultimately the 60-40 split was not disturbed. Does that reflect your recollection of events?
Yes.
What was the reason for giving the weighting of 60% cost and for sticking to that requirement?
As I think I said in my witness statement, the reason for the 60% weighting on cost was, if you like, to deliver on the Scottish Government stated objective to minimise costs for each project that was set out in the funding condition letter to all health boards. Said that in order to secure revenue support, the procuring body must satisfy both the government and SFT that it sought to minimise capital and operating costs within the agreed project scope and has undertaken a whole life cost analysis. So the context in which the programme was operating was one in which cost was, if you like, of the essence. So having a slightly higher weighting for cost was deemed to be a way that cost of the essence parameter, if you like, would be delivered in practice. And there were also a range of other features across the programme and on this project as well at the time, such as the use of reference design, which brought in a number of, if you like, the quality factors that the procuring authority could get a lot of the design characteristics for the asset that it wanted by referring to those as mandatory in the reference design. So there was perhaps a lower range of things that quality had to be scored against. So there was no intention in our work to diminish the importance of quality. Getting the right asset to do the job is clearly critical, but to embody to bring in the overall principles of the programme and the Scottish Minister's intent at that time, that 60-40 split was what had been agreed across the programme.
Okay, you referred there to the reference design and the impact that that had on quality issues. That's an issue that we'll return to in a moment. I think at the start of your answer, you referred to the letter issued by the Scottish Government to health boards setting out the funding conditions for the NPD programme.
Yeah.
And it seemed to me that you were perhaps reading from it. Do you have that to hand, and are you able to give us a page reference for that?
V10, V2, P143.
Sorry.
Bundle 10.
Yep.
Volume 2.
Yep.
Page 143.
143. Okay, if we could just bring that up on screen, please.
I think if you look at condition B at the top of that page.
Yes, if we just read from condition B, this is under the heading Scottish Government support for elements of the unitary charge.
In order to secure revenue support, the procuring body must satisfy both the Scottish Government and SFT that it is sought to minimise capital and operating costs in the agreed project scope and has undertaken a whole life cost analysis.
Okay, so there's a Scottish Government mandated condition of NPD funding that costs, including capital costs, have to be minimised.
Right.
And
Mr. McClellan, both you and Mr. Reekie mentioned the name of that document. Could you just give it to me again for my note?
Yes, certainly, my lord. It may be helpful actually to everybody just to go to the front page of it, which is Bundle 10, Volume 2, page 134. And it's a letter from the Scottish Government Health and Social Care Directorate to the chief executives of NHS boards. And it's headed up. It's dated the 22nd of March 2011, and it's headed up Scottish Government funding conditions for delivering projects through the non-profit distributing model.
Thank you.
And if we could just return to page 140, please.
Or 3.
Sorry, 143, yes. We see there the general principle of keeping costs within certain limits, but what we don't see there is the split of 60% and 40%.
No, absolutely not. That was in the SFT guidance. I was trying to set the context within which that guidance was set for the programme.
So was the 60-40 split something decided upon by the SFT to reflect its understanding of the government's requirements? Yeah,
we as the managers of the programme, set that condition, but we would have done so with the full knowledge of the government as well.
Okay, so the 60-40 split is something that had been decided upon by the SFT, but discussed by the Scottish Government as a way of meeting their objectives.
Yes, I think that's fair to say, yeah.
Now, you said that the 60-40 split would apply in the absence of project-specific factors
Yeah.
to justify something different. What sort of factors would justify a different approach?
I can't immediately think of a specific project factor that would have led me at the time to agree to a change in that direction. We were dealing with projects at the time across a range of sectors, and I recall in the transport sector that the procuring authority there, Transport Scotland, had a preference for a higher percentage on price, and that was something that was agreed to for those projects. And I think that one of the health projects took a two-stage approach during the tender and used a different weighting for the first stage and returned to 60-40 for the second stage. So a range of different approaches were taken across the programme, although the majority did accept the sort of programme guidance of 60% price and 40% quality. And I wouldn't be able to tell you, I couldn't sort of back-think myself into a situation that would have caused me to move from that.
Yes.
So it was a pretty firm requirement. So I'm not at all surprised that folks from NHS Lothian felt that it was a requirement that SFT had given them that they couldn't move away from.
I mean, you referred there to transport projects having a higher proportion of the scoring given to price.
Yeah.
And I think in your statement you refer to 70-30 splits and 85-15 splits, with the larger number being for price. Was there any particular reason why the price element was higher for transport projects than for healthcare projects, or was that just the way it worked out?
I think it's because the owners of the transport projects, as I say, Transport Scotland, felt that they were clearly able to define pass-fail criteria or minimum conditions, and they were able to set out their required quality thresholds very, very clearly to tenderers, and that once the tenders had reached that threshold, they didn't value any increase in quality above a threshold very highly. They just wanted the threshold to be met.
Yes.
And therefore, once the threshold had been met, to implement the programme level desires that we've just talked about, they went for a higher scoring on price.
So just as a matter of generality, if a procuring authority is able to define its quality requirements with a high degree of precision, does that essentially free it up to leave more of the scoring to cost elements?
I think if it's able to satisfy, if it's able to set its quality criteria with as a minimum criteria with a high degree of precision, and it does not value to any great extent quality in excess of its minimum criteria, then that would free it up to to give a higher percentage to price in this instance. Yeah,
I see. And you also referred to a healthcare project where at an interim submission stage a 10-90 split was used, so 10% on price and 90% on quality.
Yeah.
You explained that was subject to an affordability cap, but then at the final tender evaluation, there was a reversion back to the 60-40 split.
Yeah.
Can you just explain to me the thinking behind that approach?
Yeah. Again, I don't have the detail of that all to hand. My recollection of that would be that the authority was keen to be clear about its absolute affordability cap, which was a condition of funding, as we've previously seen, and we know that the capital cost caps were set as conditions of funding, and then within that capital cost cap, they had a down select stage from memory during the procurement, and they ran that down select stage with a higher quality weighting to be left with 2 bidders, I think, for the last stage of their procurement, both of whom were judged based on high quality, and then they went to the programme level 60-40 split for the final selection between those 2 bidders. Now, what I can't recall was whether there was indeed that down selection because there were 3 bidders, or whether that was the strategy that they set, but then it didn't have to be implemented in practice because of the number of bidders that went through to the competitive dialogue stage. I think when I was recalling this, my witness statement, I recalled it from the strategy that was set by that authority, which was to have a down select during the competitive dialogue period.
Okay, if we could, we finished with that document on screen, thank you. If we could move instead to Bundle 10, Volume 2, at page 2900. A little bit faded, unfortunately, but I hope you can read it, Mr. Reekie. We see here, this is headed up as notes of a project meeting with SFT about procurement and competitive dialogue issues, dated the 26th of October 2012. There are various attendees from NHS Lothian, Mike Baxter from the Scottish Government, external advisors, and you and some colleagues from the SFT. Item 2 is headed up cost against quality evaluation. The first paragraph refers to a paper by Ernst & Young. Then the second passage there reads as follows: PR, which I think are your initials, emphasised that there was no intention to undervalue quality in the standard form proposed by SFT, and that the reference design allows NHSL to specify a high degree of quality in mandatory criteria. SG, I think it's Susan Goldsmith, accepted that the building will be of good quality following the work of the reference design to specify the board's requirements, and highlighted NHSL's need to find a partner for a 25-year relationship, and so on. So I think this is the point you alluded to earlier on this morning, that the existence of a reference design was a method of allowing or ensuring that certain quality standards would be achieved. Is that correct? And would that only apply to the mandatory elements of the reference design? Or was it also considered that quality benefits might be achieved with the non-mandatory elements?
I expect that would refer to the mandatory criteria, as it says there.
Yes, I think that's what the minute says, but there was also work done to produce non-mandatory elements of the reference design, and the view was taken that that should be made available to the bidders. Was there any thought at the time about whether providing those non-mandatory elements might be relevant in the achievement of certain desired quality standards?
I don't recall any discussion of that at the time. I don't recall this discussion.
My fault entirely, Ms. McClellan. I missed the reference to the minute that we're just looking at.
The bundle reference, my lord.
A bundle and page.
Yes, it's bundle 10, volume 2, at page 2,900. 2,900. 900.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Reekie, in the later part of 2014, so we're moving on a few years from the minute we just looked at, just in the run-up to financial close, which ultimately happened in February 2015. So we're looking at the moment in the second half, really, of 2014. There were concerns about an ongoing delay in achieving financial close. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in your statement, and for anybody who wants a reference, it's paragraphs 19 to 28, starting from page 359 of bundle 13. In that part of your statement, you discuss a series of meetings from August through to November 2014, which you attended and at which these concerns were discussed. And I think, just out of fairness to you, it may be helpful if we just have a look at the minutes of those meetings. And the first I would wish to take you to is bundle 8, page 11. We see this is a meeting of the Special Project Steering Board, 22nd of August 2014. And there's a list of attendees, various people from NHSL, a couple from IHSL, and you're also there.
Mm-hmm.
And just reading through that, in the section headed up Programme, got a passage that reads, SG Susan Goldsmith noted that NHSL had significant concern about the project programme and that this meeting was an opportunity for IHSL to discuss progress with the steering board. The reference in the following sentence to NHSL needing to have confidence in IHSL to deliver to the programme. In the following paragraph, there's a reference to a programme which had slipped 8 weeks. And then over the page on page 12, under the heading of production of room data sheets, there's a reference there to the decision that there would no longer be 100% of the room data sheets produced. And then down at the bottom, under the heading of technical advisor due diligence, it reads that technical information is to be captured in Project Co's proposals, schedule of the project agreement. This is IHSL's response to the board's construction requirements and extensive design development within the preferred bidder, with the preferred bidder. BC Brian Curry noted that these documents are not yet completed, with some way to go in certain areas.
Sure, I'm seeing that. Sorry,
it's the bottom paragraph on that page.
Yep.
I'll give you a moment to read that. Perhaps if you could let me know once you've done it.
Could you remind me which paragraph I'm looking at?
Just the very final paragraph.
Technical information is to be captured. Sorry, yeah.
Yes, and it's really the point that the Project Co's proposals, schedules are not yet completed and there was some way to go in certain areas.
Uh-huh.
And then over the page, on page 13, we have RB, who is, I think, Ross Ballingall of Multiplex, stated that there was a genuine mismatch in NHSL and IHSL's expectations, where IHSL were being asked to deliver much more than on other projects and considerably more than was required for comfort of operational functionality. He felt that this demonstrated a paranoia and lack of trust in IHSL. Then a little bit further down, Susan Goldsmith asked whether IHSL were committed to delivering the revised financial close date, and RB and RO confirmed that this was the case. SG asked for confirmation that they would deliver what was asked for in the tendering process, and RB responded that NHSL needed to be pragmatic, or this programme would fail as well. So that's that particular meeting. We could just move forward. There will come some questions once we just look through these minutes.
Okay.
If we could move forward to page 15 in bundle 8, please.
So we're now a couple of months forward in October. We were August before, weren't we?
That's right. So August before, now in October. This is a meeting of the commercial subgroup of the steering board, and you were there. Various representatives of NHSL and IHSL at that meeting. And under paragraph 3, we've got JMC, who's a Macquarie person, apologising for not providing a programme at this stage. It was still to be developed and agreed internally within IHSL. And he reported that, as previously discussed, financial close on the 27th of November would not be possible. And reading on a couple of paragraphs, the board do not wish to see delay in project completion. Then over the page 16, GW George Walker, the chair of NHSL, GW stressed the importance of understanding if...
I'm sure he was the chair. He might be a board member.
I think he's designated in the list of attendees.
Chair of this meeting.
Chair of that meeting, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, chair of that meeting, yeah. GW stressed the importance of understanding if 12th of December 2014 was really feasible, as failure to meet this third attempt at financial close would make all parties look foolish. A reference a little bit further down to reputational risk being discussed. Then, moving forward to a following meeting in Bundle 10, Volume 2. At page 4080. This is another month further on, 21st November 2014. Again, a meeting of the commercial subgroup of the steering board. Again, you're at that meeting. And at item 3, we see that a proposed programme with a target of financial close in January was issued to the board. And there's a reference to that being the 4th target date for financial close. So the purpose of going through all of those minutes was just to draw attention to those particular commercial and programme issues. And a number of things appear to be going on around that time. At the level of the project's technical elements, IHSL seemed to be either unable or unwilling to produce the level of technical detail that NHSL wanted to see. That a fair summary of, do you recall that being an issue at the time?
Well, the minutes have referred to production of technical information. Yeah, I can see in this one here that it says the largest outstanding risk not yet achieved is the board and IHSL's agreement to schedule part 31. So there were clearly lots of moving parts at that stage.
My purpose in taking you to them was just to help jog your memory, perhaps. I mean, do you remember those discussions, or are you now confined to just going on what's in the minutes?
Confined to the minutes.
Confined to the minutes, okay.
I was looking after about 10 projects of a similar nature at that time.
Yes, okay. What I wanted to ask you, and it may be in light of that answer that you're not able to help, how were relations between the parties at that time?
There were definitely tensions. I recall that from the overall environment, but I wouldn't say that was out of the ordinary for this stage of a procurement process, where there's often a lot of outstanding material, and it stands to reason that the points that are outstanding towards the sharp end of a preferred bidder period are the more difficult points. So, and there are often commercial tensions around those.
Okay, so
but there definitely were tensions between the parties.
I mean, if I could put it this way, is it just part of the rough and tumble of a difficult project? Nothing particularly unusual about it?
I wouldn't say it's always the case, but it's not unique that there are tensions at this stage. I would say that this particular set of steering board and subgroup meetings indicated that there were sort of more tensions and more delays at this stage than were the case in other projects in the programme. So the extension of the preferred bidder period to, I think, 11 months was unusual. So there was more activity and more delay than in other projects that were going on at the same time at this stage of the project. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the minutes refer to a mismatch in the expectations, where the board were looking for more technical details than IHSL thought it was necessary to provide.
Indeed.
And why do you think a mismatch of expectations had arisen?
Probably better off asking the parties between whom there was a mismatch, that question. So
well, I'm sure that question will be put to them or will have been, but you were at the meeting. Did you sort of discern how this had arisen?
No.
Sometimes the observer picks out more than the people involved in the misunderstanding.
As I said, I'm afraid I'm just going by the minutes.
Okay. In the passage of your statement which deals with these meetings, in the particular paragraph references paragraph 26, which is bundle 13, page 362.
Yep.
You say, I was concerned that the commercial and technical matters comprising the contract were properly agreed in a timely manner.
Yep.
It's normal to have a list of outstanding issues at that stage to be agreed between the parties, and I was keen to see progress made by the teams in resolving them. I advised the board and IHSL to resolve these issues or ensure that they were captured as RDD, reviewable design data, post-financial close. Could you just expand on that? And really the point about the alternative of having issues captured as RDD?
I suppose the point is that what's important as you reach financial close is that things are not missed. They have to be captured somewhere. And if things are not resolved to the satisfaction of everyone, that there is sort of certainty of them by the time you reach financial close, i.e. they're all sort of what you might call buttoned up in the contract, if you like, then it's important that they're just not left to float. So they need to be then captured in the list of things that need to be addressed after financial close, which in respect of these sorts of issues, it seemed to me that reviewable design data would be the place to put that. So I guess the commercial point is that don't forget things. Either deal with them before financial close or make sure you're absolutely clear that they are on the list of things to be dealt with after financial close.
Mm-hmm. And so there are broadly two options that you described there. One, I suppose, delay financial close and buy time to resolve the issues before signing up to the contract, or alternatively, leave them unresolved for the time being, but put them into a contractual mechanism to be resolved afterwards. And why is it that the latter option was taken?
I guess in the round, given the desire of all of the parties to move the project forward, it was considered that that list of items were ones that were capable of being dealt with after financial close, and that therefore the right thing to do was be clear that they weren't forgotten about, to have them on the list, but to deal with them later and allow all of the other activities that can only start with financial close, like the beginning of mobilisation for construction, etc., to get moving.
And what did you understand to be the function of the RDD process in the contract?
That's an awful big question, if you like. The RDD process is set out in the contract, and it's followed by the parties to allow the authority to make comments on the design as it goes ahead, to review the design, and in respect of certain matters, operational functionality, to add its endorsement that the design as it progresses meets those criteria, and in respect of other matters, to make observations as it goes along, which then, through the process of RDD, allows elements of the project to move into a construction.
Okay, but the short point is that was seen as a suitable mechanism for addressing these unresolved issues.
It's certainly a suitable mechanism for dealing with the fact, which is generally the case, that the design is not 100% completed for construction at the point of financial close. Mm-hmm. So those sorts of matters have to be dealt with somehow, and the RDD process is how that's done, yeah.
Okay. Now, to what extent did you know about what matters were to be put into the RDD process?
I don't expect to have been close to the technical detail of all of them, but I would have to go by whatever the minute says about whether any specific matters were discussed in the meeting or whether they were not.
Mm-hmm. Just your recommendation that these are issues which could be put through the RDD process, was that really dealt at a sort of strategic level, knowing that there were issues of design, or was it based on a more detailed knowledge of what those issues were?
I think it was based on a strategic and perhaps, what's the point, commercial point, that if a matter was not captured and tied down before contract, it should be not forgotten about and should be clearly on the list to be dealt with afterwards. And whatever that issue may be.
Okay. Would you consider it appropriate for any of the board's requirements to be put through the RDD process?
I'm not sure I can answer that question, I'm afraid.
Okay, I mean, if I could put it this way, some witnesses have expressed the view that the environmental matrix was essentially a statement of the board's requirements for ventilation parameters. And the environmental matrix was one of the items that was put into the reviewable design data process. And again, it may be that you can't answer the question because it's a technical issue, but the question is this: if it's correct that the environmental matrix set out the board's requirements for ventilation, is that something which you would regard as a suitable candidate for the RDD process?
I think I'd have to understand the full context of all of the different elements of the documents and the technical standards, etc., that went into that, and indeed everything that was contained in the environmental matrix, whether it was just very strictly standards or whether it had elements of sort of methodology associated with it. So I'm not in a position to say sort of in a binary sense whether that would be suitable or not, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Okay. If I could move on to the subject of the key stage reviews. Now, you've explained that the SFT ran a key stage review process, which health boards were required to go through as a condition of the NPD funding.
Yeah.
And you've explained that process and its objectives in your previous evidence, so I don't propose to ask you to repeat that. But other witnesses for this, in relation to this hearing, have made comments about that process, and I'd just like to put them to you and ask you for your comments about them. So the first is in the witness statement of Mike Baxter, which is bundle 13 at page 309. And it's paragraph 46 that I would like to look at. And Mr. Baxter is asked here about one of the meetings that we looked at, the one from 22nd of August 2014. He says, I am asked if I would have expected the issues discussed at the meeting of 22 August 2014 be included in a key stage review. What he says is, I would expect all relevant procurement or commercial matters relating to the progression of a project from one procurement stage to the next be reflected in the KSR. The function of the KSR was to provide assurance about readiness or not to proceed to the next procurement stage. If such assurance could not be provided, then the key stage review should detail the reasons why not. What's your view about what Mr. Baxter says there?
I'm in agreement with it, in that I suppose he's been asked a question about issues in relation to 22nd of August 2014, and he's answered that the KSR is about moving from one stage to the next, and 22nd of August 2014, from my recollection, is not a point at which the process moved from one stage to the next.
Yes, and it's fair just to remind everyone that the next key stage review happened just before financial close in
February 15, from memory.
February 2015. So we're a few months ahead of it.
Indeed.
There. We discussed a moment ago the tensions that had arisen in the run-up to financial close and the decision to put matters into the RDD schedule. Are those the sort of issues which, in your view, it's the purpose of the key stage review process to assess?
Key stage review process would have assessed whether the project team and NHS Lothian were content that the technical matters and the definition of their requirements was at the required stage by the point that the KSR was done. And I mean, you may have covered this with Donna earlier on, but it would have assessed where those technical matters were at in the view of the authority in February 2015. So I wouldn't expect the key stage review to have narrated all of the ins and outs of what went on to get to that stage. I would have just expected it to say what the status was at that point in time.
And I think I'm right in saying that you referred there in the key stage review to the SFT asking the questions, but the board effectively reflecting on those questions, and these are my words rather than yours, reflecting on the questions and assessing for themselves whether they think they're ready. Is that a fair way of looking at the process? I
think it was quite iterative between Donna, who was the first reviewer, and NHS Lothian, who were the reviewee, if you like, the party. So I would expect that the form, if you like, the document would have been filled in by Donna based on asking questions of the NHS Lothian project team. So I would have expected the reflection of comfort or not on that in respect to those questions to come from the NHS Lothian project team, whether or not they were written down by Donna. Yeah.
And if we could just go on to paragraph 49 of Mr. Baxter's statement, please, on page 310. He says there, the inquiry is correct in understanding that SFT holds the pen on key stage reviews. NHSL would be expected to provide information to SFT. However, the report is owned and signed off by SFT. I would have expected engagement with the NHSL board would have taken place to check for factual accuracy, but cannot confirm whether that occurred in this instance. That just really raises the question of the extent to which the SFT is attempting to verify or check what the board is telling them, or the extent to which the SFT simply accepts the board as having fully and honestly answered the questions.
And I suppose I've thought about that, and the key stage review process was sort of designed to give an independent assurance to SROs, to procurement authority, project team, and to the relevant government department as a funder on the readiness. But all of those parties would have the same interests overall. So it wasn't in any way a process that was designed to, if you like, catch out instances where a project team wasn't telling the truth. Not that I'm in any way saying that's the case in this. It just wasn't designed to do that sort of thing. And it wasn't designed to go back forensically to the base documents to support every statement made. I think it was a process that was undertaken during a live procurement process. I think we've seen here how long it takes and the amount of time and energy that it takes to go back to the base documents for everything. So that's simply not possible at these stages. So it was based on asking questions of those involved. And as Donna probably would have said, from her knowledge of the documents that were around at the time, it was never intended to be a sort of forensic analysis of base documents for everything at any point in time.
Okay, if we could go then to Susan Goldsmith's statement at bundle 13, page 449, it's paragraph 68. This is the way she puts it. She says, we were all funded by taxpayers, SFT, Scottish Government, the board, and of course we've all got different roles and responsibilities, but from my perspective, we were all part of the same, I think it's supposed to be team. It's difficult because the KSR could be read as though the board was entirely separate from SFT and the Scottish Government, but in practice we worked together with them to deliver this project. Do you accept that as a fair assessment of the way these entities worked through the KSR process?
Yeah, I suppose that paragraph taken in its whole, we've all got different roles and responsibilities, absolutely. But the point I just made in my earlier sentence, I suppose, was that the interests were aligned of all of these parties. So it wasn't like we were trying to check if anyone was. It was a point of reflection that allowed parties who had the same interests to just check up that we were all comfortable to move on to the next stage. So we were absolutely aligned in our interests to deliver the project, and we all had different roles and responsibilities in doing that.
Thank you. Now, as I'm sure you're aware, one of the issues which arises in this inquiry concerns the environmental matrix and the extent to which compliance with it was a mandatory requirement of the board, or the extent to which IHSL had a duty to develop it in accordance with applicable guidance. And various parties have different views about that. So it's at least possible to contend that there was an ambiguity or crossed wires on that issue through the procurement process and into the contract. And that particular issue was not detected by various processes, which include the SFT's key stage reviews. Is that particular issue one which you consider the SFT's key stage review process could or should have detected before allowing the project to proceed to financial close?
No.
And in hindsight, can you think of any way in which the SFT's key stage review process might have helped to detect that issue?
The key stage review process was focused on the commercial and procurement aspects, as we've discussed at some length. So the only way that the key stage review process could have helped to highlight such a point would have been if it had been raised and escalated by any member of the technical teams to a level that it would have been picked up in a key stage review, for example, and the project risk registers, which were, I think, reviewed as part of those key stage reviews and brought to the project steering boards.
So you say there, it could have come onto your radar screen if the technical people in the board had raised it there. Are there any questions that you think might be added to the list which could draw out that sort of issue, or do you think the right sort of questions are already being asked?
I think the questions on the definition of the technical requirements were at the right sort of level for this review. It so happens that we've become interested in one very, very particular point in a technical set of documentation that at the time was very wide, as well as being, as we've seen, quite deep. So I'm loath to suggest that a particular additional question or focus would have led us down that really quite a narrow route in a process that was designed, as we've seen, on the technical level, just to allow a board to reflect and consider for itself whether it had the right level of information to hand.
Mm-hmm. Okay. A question's come up about a clause in the project agreement, and if we could just look at that, please. It's bundle 5, page 11. And sorry, just to put this in context, you've explained in your statements that the SFT was responsible for the standard form NPD contract.
Indeed.
And if anybody wanted to make a change to the standard form, there was a derogation process that involved the SFT, and the SFT would have to approve the change.
Yeah, and in general, if there was a derogation requested for a project-specific matter, that would be allowed and passed through our derogation process. And if it was a derogation request for a more general clause, or there was no project-specific justification given, then we wouldn't allow that to go through.
Okay. If we could look, please, is clause 5.2.4. So it's in a section headed up General Standards. Sorry, if we could just zoom out a little bit so we can see the opening wording. Thank you. Project Co shall at its own cost be solely responsible for procuring that the project operations are at all times performed, then reading down to 5.2.4, except to the extent expressly stated to the contrary in the board's construction requirements, service level specification. in compliance with all applicable NHS requirements. So we see there that the board's construction requirements are given priority to the extent that they differ from the requirements of the NHS requirements. You see that there?
I'm not sure I'd quite put it that way.
Sorry, yeah, I may have put an unhappy gloss on it. The point there that it says that to the extent expressly stated to the contrary in the board's construction requirements.
Exactly.
Yeah, so if there's something expressly stated in the board's construction requirements, which is in contradiction to the NHS requirements, it's the board construction requirements that apply. And it just is this clause one that's from the SFT's standard form?
I've done a document comparison, and I believe it is the same clause that appears in the standard form. For completeness, I should probably say that the standard form has authority in place of board, but that's just a change in the nomenclature for the project, and that in the standard form this clause is in square brackets. And the user guide at that time suggests that this is just to be used for health projects, and of course this is a health project, so it was used.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the question is simply this: what's the rationale behind allowing particular requirements in the BCRs to take precedence over NHS requirements?
Well, the clause says, except to the extent expressly stated to the contrary in the board's construction requirements or the service level specification, in compliance with all applicable NHS requirements. So I guess one reading of that is to say that if the board's construction requirements expressly says that an NHS requirement shouldn't be followed, then they should. So it's an enabling clause that allows NHS bodies to make those express statements in their construction requirements. It's been in standard forms of health PPP contracts for a number of years, and it was up to then individual authorities to decide whether they wanted to make such an express statement or not. So it was included from our perspective as an enabling clause that had gone before, and we thought it reasonable to leave it in this contract so that boards could use that if they wished.
I mean, is the point simply this, really, that the particular needs of a particular project may require a different approach to the one set out in the NHS requirements?
It may be that a board wished to do that, yes, and make such an express statement.
And a final question is, were you aware of a desire to control, so far as possible, energy consumption in the hospital building?
Well, I was aware that there are requirements around energy usage. So in the standard form user guide, for example, we say that energy efficient design is a requirement for NHS projects. The sort of funding criteria include compliance with the Scottish Capital Investment Manual, which has a requirement around BREEAM ratings, Building Research Establishment Environmental Assessment Methodology, and part of BREEAM is around energy usage. The BREEAM rating was covered in the Atkins Design Review, which we commissioned and we've considered previously. And I think the outline business case approval includes a reference to BREEAM. So because BREEAM, an achievement of a certain BREEAM rating, was part of a condition for funding and a general requirement, and that includes elements around energy, then yes, I would have been aware that controlling the energy use was important.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reekie. That's all I intend to ask you today. It may be that others have questions for me to ask, but we shall see.
I don't have any further questions at this point, Mr. Reekie. What we have been doing is taking a break after witnesses' evidence to allow other legal representatives to consider whether there should be any further questions. We also usually take a coffee break at about 11:30. So what I think I would propose is that we allow 20 minutes during which people, including you, I hope, Mr. Reekie, have the opportunity to have a cup of coffee. It will also give people the opportunity to consider whether any questions are necessary. And therefore, I suggest we sit again at about 5 to 12, at which stage we would be able to proceed with, subject to any further questioning of Mr. Reekie, with Mr. Greer, I think is the next. Well, if that seems at least one way of managing things, that's what we'll do. But first of all, I'll ask that you take into the witness room. Thank you.
Please stand.
Mr. McClelland,
Thank you, my lord. There are no additional questions for Mr. Reekie.
you ask Mr. Reekie to join us. Mr. Reekie, there's no further questioning for you, and therefore you're free to go. But before you do that, can I thank you for your attendance today, but also for the preparation that went into your witness statement. It will have involved significant work, so thank you for that. But you're now free to go.
Thank you.
Now, McGregor, are you comfortably established in your position, or are you about to
If I
swap seats?
just have a moment to set my laptop up, that would be
Yeah.
appreciated. The next witness is Mr. Graeme Greer.
Thank you. Do we know if he's taking the oath? I think it's still morning, so good morning. Good morning, Mr. Greer. As you're aware, you're about to be asked questions by Mr. McGregor, who's counsel to the inquiry. But first, I think you're prepared to take the oath. If you're just sitting where you are, raise your right hand and repeat these words after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that I will tell the truth,
that I will tell the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Mr. McGregor.
Thank you. You are Mr. Graeme Greer, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you've provided a witness statement to the inquiry, Mr. Greer.
Yes.
You should have a copy available to you, but any documents that I want to take you to, they should come up on the screen in front of you. So if for any reason there's a technical issue and you can't see them, please do let me know. For anyone following, in terms of the electronic bundle of Mr. Greer's statement, should be available in bundle 13 from pages 130 to 166. Mr. Greer, your statement is going to provide part of your evidence to the inquiry, and you're also going to be asked some questions by me today. If I could begin by asking you some questions about your qualifications and career. You tell us at paragraph 2 of your statement that you graduated in 2002 with a degree in civil engineering, and that you're a chartered civil engineer and a member of the Institute of Civil Engineers. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Can you just give us a broad overview of your career before you moved to work with Mott MacDonald, which I think was in 2011? So the period from effectively graduation to 2011, what type of work were you doing?
Yeah, sure. So in 2002, I graduated from the University of Strathclyde, civil engineering. I joined Mott MacDonald. I joined the Babty Group at that point into their reservoir and dams team. Spent some time on site as the engineer's representative on a hydropower scheme project. Returned to the office, did some sewer design work, worked as a senior design engineer, and then as I did that sewer design work, moved into project management. So moved into project management in NEC type contracts, and at that point I was working in a joint venture. It was Babty had been bought over by Jacobs, and it was a joint venture between Jacobs and Mott MacDonald. So I got to know a few of the Mott MacDonald staff at that point.
Okay. So whenever you're joining Mott MacDonald, are you joining them more in a management role as opposed to doing a technical civil engineering role?
Yes, at the time I joined Mott MacDonald, it was very much a project management role, yes.
And we've heard from one of your former colleagues, Mr. Stevenson. He was an electrical engineer, and he helpfully explained the difference between a mechanical engineer and an electrical engineer. For those of us that don't work in your area, can you explain the difference between a civil engineer and someone that would do mechanical and or electrical engineering?
Yeah, so civil engineering, they cover a very broad range of topics, but yeah, it's very much, it can range from, say, sewer design that I was involved in, dams design, concrete design. It's very different to mechanical and electrical engineering.
Okay. Thank you. Now, we'll come back to talk about your career with Mott MacDonald and your involvement in the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People and the Department of Clinical Neurosciences. But am I right in thinking that you left Mott MacDonald in May 2022 and you currently work for NHS Lothian?
That's correct.
Could you just explain to the inquiry, what's your current role with NHS Lothian?
So I'm currently the Programme Director, working in the capital planning team. Current project I'm working on is the new National Treatment Centre at St John's Hospital in Livingston.
Okay, and what would that role involve?
So we're currently working with our principal supply chain partner and our lead advisor team. We're progressing the design to go to it's an OBC submission, type submission.
So again, just so I'm understanding, you having worked at Mott MacDonald, working on the contracting side, have you now moved and you're almost on the other side of the table, acting for a procuring authority?
Yeah, when I worked at Mott MacDonald, we worked very closely with the NHS Lothian team, so the change in role it's a relatively similar role that I'm doing just now.
Thank you. Now, if we could come back to your time with Mott MacDonald, you explained within your statement that you'd worked on a number of healthcare projects during that time in your career, and we'll come on to look at the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People, but you mentioned some other projects you'd worked on, including North Ayrshire Community Hospital in Dumfries. Broadly speaking, what role did you have on that project?
So generally, when I was working on that project, and more generally, I worked on the technical schedules. So it was the technical schedules for the project agreement, effectively. And so the technical schedules are, it starts off likes of Schedule Part 3 is the key works personnel. So we develop that. Schedule Part 6, the construction matters. There's a series of sections to Schedule Part 6. Schedule Part 7, the programme. Schedule Part 8, the review procedure. Part 10 is the outline commissioning programme and developing the completion criteria. Schedule Part 11 is the equipment schedule, so we develop those. Schedule Part 12, service level specification. So that's more the FM side of things. Got Schedule Part 14 is the PMEC, developing that, and then last kind of technical schedules, Schedule Part 16 is the change protocol. So generally coordinating the development of all those technical schedules.
And in terms of those healthcare projects that you were working on, were they capital funded projects, revenue funded projects, or a mixture of the two?
The majority, all the healthcare projects were revenue funded. There was one design build development agreement under the Hub project, but it was a custodial centre for Grampian Police.
Okay. And in terms of the healthcare revenue funded projects that you were working on, what was your understanding of the risk allocation in those projects and specifically the design risk allocation on them?
So it's the design risk allocation is heavily governed by Clause 12 of the project agreement, and it's in terms of the 12.5 is a key clause relative to operational functionality. So operational functionality and in old PFI contracts, it was called clinical functionality, but I think when SFT did the standard form, it was generic for healthcare and education, so they changed it to operational functionality. But the principle is that, the reason I mentioned clinical functionality is it's who's best placed to take the risk, and Clause 12.5 says that the health board is best placed to take the clinical risk or the operational risk. So that's limited to the 1 to 500 layouts, the points of access to that, the 1 to 200 department adjacencies, and the 1 to 50 room layouts. And so that's Clause 12.5 says that NHS Lothian take that risk, and then the earlier clauses, 12.1 to 12, I think it's 12.1 to 12.3, set out the risk that the bidders or project co takes relative to to the technical side of things.
So your understanding working on a range of healthcare projects is that you mentioned operational functionality or clinical functionality, that would sit with the procuring authority, and other design risks would sit with the successful tenderer, the contractor. Is that correct? And again, you've mentioned these terms, operational functionality, clinical functionality. Were those technical terms that would be used within the industry that you were working in?
Yeah, operational functionality was it's a defined term in the project agreement, and it was a well-known clause relative to that risk allocation.
Again, thinking of revenue-funded projects that you'd worked on in the healthcare sector, how would a client provide their requirements or their brief? The inquiry's heard a lot of evidence so far about room data sheets, about environmental matrices, but can you just explain your understanding in terms of these projects? Was there a specific way that a procuring authority would set out their requirements, or was it highly project specific?
No, there was definitely a general theme, whether it was a hub DBFM project, a design, build, finance, maintain project, or an NPD project. The NPD went through a different procurement route. The hub projects, you're directly working with a supply chain partner from straight away, so slightly different. But in terms of how the briefing worked, it was generally done through authority construction requirements or board construction requirements in the case of the Edinburgh project.
Okay, and in terms of those board construction requirements, what would they be? Is that a document that sets out technical requirements? Is it a full suite of room data sheets for the hospital? Is it an environmental matrix, or does it just depend on the project?
It varies per project, but the principal sections, you've got subsections A to C, which are your general construction requirements. You then have subsection D, which is your specific clinical requirements, and then subsection E is your non-specific requirements, non-clinical requirements. And in terms of room data sheets and environmental matrix, it varied depending on the project.
Okay. So again, with the inquiries heard different views from different people. Some people have said room data sheets, they were the standard briefing tool. Other people have said, it wasn't really room data sheets, it was environmental matrices. Your experience was it would just depend project to project how matters were set out. The key document would be the board's construction requirements.
Yeah, the key document would be the board construction requirements.
Thank you. I think moving away from just those general topics, I now want to ask you some specific questions about the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People and the Department of Clinical Neurosciences. I'll just refer to that as the project. So if I'm referring to the project, that's what I'm talking about. So you tell us that you joined the project in May 2013, and that was at Competitive Dialogue Meeting 3 approximately. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes.
So the project has already been through the competitive dialogue session dealing with mechanical and electrical engineering at the point you come into the project. Is that right?
Yes, I understand the main mechanical electrical submissions were in Dialogue 2, and I joined in Dialogue 3.
Because I think in fairness, you say you might have attended a meeting right at the very start of the project in 2010, 2011, but you exited at that point and then came back in at this point in 2013. So can you just explain, you're not in the project up to that point. Why were you coming in around about May 2013?
The Malt McDonald project manager who was on site at the time was Kenny Faulkner. He was leaving Malt McDonald, and therefore I was asked to come in and take Kenny's place. Okay,
so you're taking his place. Who else within Malt McDonald were you working with at the point that you come in? So
Richard Cantley was really leading the project at that point. The project director, Richard Peace, who I kind of reported to directly. And then the project management team, so that would be Mo Brown, Camille, and then there's the broader technical team as well, and also the facilities management team, including that as well.
So in terms of the Mott McDonald side, you mentioned Richard Cantley. Was he really in overall charge of the project? Was he leading on it from the Mott McDonald side?
Yeah, from a client-facing perspective at that point, he was leading the project.
And in terms of your role, did you work with Mr. Cantley? Did you take over from Mr. Cantley? How did things progress from the point you come in?
I worked closely with Richard, and I'm trying to think when was probably closer to the financial close period when I started to have more of the lead client facing role. It's probably once we got into the preferred bidder stage, I started to have more of that role. Though Richard was always there to support.
Okay. And there's other individuals from Mott MacDonald that the inquiry's heard from. So William Stevenson, who was an electrical engineer, were you working with him?
Yes.
And Colin McRae, who was a mechanical engineer, were you working with him?
Yes.
So if we're thinking about mechanical engineering, you say very fairly you're a civil engineer, you're doing a management role. On the Mott MacDonald side, if we're thinking about people that had the technical skills in terms of mechanical engineering, is it really Colin McRae that would be dealing with that?
Yeah, Colin was the lead client-facing person, yes.
Okay, thank you. Before we go into the detail of the project itself, whenever you come in, obviously the invitation to participate in dialogue has already been issued and the project's within the competitive dialogue stage. So you aren't involved in the drafting of the invitation to participate in dialogue itself or any of the schedules included within that. And by that I mean or construction requirements or the draft contract provided by Scottish Futures Trust. Is that correct?
That's correct. Not directly involved. I think the first hub project I did probably served as it was that Aberdeen Health and Care Village. The template for a hub project and the DBFM contract was very similar to the NPD contract. So the likes of the Schedule Part 6, Section 7, the thermal and energy efficiency testing procedure, that was a schedule I developed for the hub project, but it was equally, I don't think it changed too much by the time it got to the NPD projects.
Yes. The reason I raise that is really just in fairness to you, that at various points within your statement, you tell us your subjective understanding of what terms within the invitation to participate in dialogue meant, what terms within the contract meant. Should we understand that you're effectively trying to be helpful, saying this is my understanding, but presumably you'd recognise that there are other people who might take a different view, and you're not trying to give an expert opinion on what it definitively means. You're just trying to be helpful and say that is your understanding as someone who was working on the project at the time.
Yes.
Thank you. If we think about the competitive dialogue stage whenever you come in, for those of us that aren't familiar with procurement exercises, practically what's happening at competitive dialogue? What are you trying to achieve on a project of this nature in the competitive dialogue stage?
Trying to support the bidders develop their proposals through dialogue sessions. So a typical dialogue week, or the week before a dialogue session, the submissions would come in from the way we worked in the project. On the Monday, we would have a board evaluation team meeting that was called. It was the lead advisors, the lead legal, financial, and technical advisors, plus the NHS loading teams. So we had a group session on Monday. We then met bidder A on the Tuesday, bidder B on the Wednesday, bidder C on the Thursday, and then we had a wrap-up session on the Friday. And it was all about trying to develop the proposals so that they could submit a compliant tender.
And again, just so I'm understanding things, on a complex project of this nature, is it an opportunity for bidders to ask questions and for the procuring authority to try to provide clarification so that the bid that ultimately goes in is matching the procuring authority's expectations?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Thank you. Within your statement, you explain that Mott MacDonald's role at this stage was really the provision of management and technical advisory services. Can you just explain practically what's Mott MacDonald doing? What do you mean by project management and technical advisory services?
So in terms of the project management function, perhaps more of a document control. So it's not like an NEC contract where you're a named project manager and you're part of that. It was more of facilitating the flow of information. So we had, say, Camille and Mo were largely facilitating that flow of information. So a bidder would put a query in, and the project management team would collate that query and send it out to the relevant technical people or clinical people to review that. So there was kind of two main functions. One was the project management of the flow of information, and the other function the project management team said part of that was issuing the technical documents to the relevant technical groups for each discipline, and again managing the flow of that information.
Okay, so that's competitive dialogue. When you get to the point that it's looking like competitive dialogue would be closed, what's Mott MacDonald doing at that stage?
There was, but before it closed, there was the draft final tender submission. So there was, again, the draft final tenders were submitted, they were sent out. It was almost like a dry run of the final tender, albeit we didn't do any scoring at the draft final tender stage. It was providing comments back to the bidders to get them to a compliant bid status. Then when we got to the final tender stage, there was the development. We had to update the ITPD into the ISF, so invitation to participate in dialogue into the invitation to submit final tender. So there's a bit of redrafting. The redrafting of that was fairly minimal. It was mainly just updating the dates and the timeframes for submissions. And then just once the ISFT was issued, it was then obviously the bidders were away collating the final tenders. Final tenders came in, and then we started the evaluation process beyond that.
Okay, and again, we'll come on and look at all these stages in a bit more detail, but just at this stage, helpfully set out what happens at competitive dialogue, ISFT, bids come in, tenders are being assessed. What's Mott MacDonald's role at that stage when tenders come in?
It's very similar to so we've still got the project management function. There was a significant exercise. So we were using a system called Conject at the time. So the bidders would submit it onto Conject, and then there was a significant exercise from a project management perspective, collating that information and disseminating it to the relevant technical and clinical teams that were going to review that. And then once that was reviewed, there was then the coordination of so the evaluators would be, each question had a group of evaluators. So the evaluators were given a time frame for them to review the submissions, and then would come back with a consensus meeting to agree a consensus score for each of the question.
Okay. And then at that point, once that assessment's been done, is that how the preferred bidder then gets selected?
Yes.
And what would Mott MacDonald's role be in assisting NHS Lothian to identify the preferred bidder? So
for each question, there was generally a Mott MacDonald representative on the evaluation panel. So there'd normally be a team of 4 or 5 actually doing the reviews. Mott MacDonald would be 1 or 2 of those on the panel. They would be reviewing the submissions, generating comments, and then going to the consensus meeting to agree a score.
So you get to a point that consensus scores are in, preferred bidders identified, preferred bidder letter goes out. What's Mott MacDonald's role in the period from preferred bidder to financial close?
From preferred bidder to financial close, it was supporting NHS Lothian and IHSL develop their bid submissions into contract documents.
We just pick out a couple of stages within the project. The inquiries heard evidence that Hulley and Kirkwood had assisted with drafting the environmental matrix that was used in the project, but they weren't available. They effectively exited before the invitation to participate in dialogue was issued. So just thinking through the sort of technical assessment stages, when bids come in and they're being assessed, if Hulley and Kirkwood aren't there, how's Mott MacDonald assisting NHS Lothian to do the technical assessment?
So this is in the evaluation of the tenders?
Yes.
Yeah. So I say there would be 1 or 2, so I think it was probably Willie and Colin were doing from an M&E perspective, they'd have been providing their comments on the submissions. So there was 3 or 4 M&E related submissions that they looked at, and yeah, so the submission would come in. There was an evaluation performer that we provided to each of the reviewers. So that was both Mott MacDonald and NHS Lothian. It was a standard performer they used. So the reviewers would complete the performer. The performer had all the evaluation questions, so they had to then generate. So they would review the submission. They would generate a a comment against each element of the submission, and then I'd ultimately try and agree a consensus score based on the comment.
The reason I raise that is one of the risks at the very outset of the project that was identified was a potential risk in parts of the reference design team not being involved at the assessment stage. And the mitigation that was put in place was to say, well, it'll have to be made sure that the lead technical advisor is up to speed and has the relevant skills. I appreciate you're in a management role, but were you satisfied that Mott MacDonald had the technical skills to make the assessments that NHS Lothian needed to make at that assessment stage?
Yeah, for procurement purposes, yes. Well, they've got the relevant technical skills, but I think they obviously couldn't do a design check at that point. Just that there was I would estimate for each question. So for each question, obviously I had to review three bid submissions. They've probably maybe have 2 or 3 hours maybe on each question. They wouldn't have a massive amount of time, so it was very much what's the evaluation criteria, and what is based on their review. My understanding is there was a covering document for each question, and then there'd be a series of appendices to each evaluation question. And generally, the majority of the information would be stored in the covering document. I think that's really where the focus of the review would be. And then I say they would then have to refer to the appendices if they felt they had to dip into them in order to generate the comments on the evaluation criteria.
Okay. And in terms of your role, the more management role, were you satisfied that there was enough capacity within the mechanical and electrical engineering sub-teams to undertake those tasks?
Yes, for the procurement purposes, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The reason I raise that is that the inquiry heard evidence from your former colleague, Mr. McRae, who was on the mechanical engineering side, and he said that he was working on the project 1 day a week approximately, and he thought the time that he devoted to mechanical engineering issues and ventilation in particular, really the ventilation, was about 5 to 10% of his time. Do you think that was a sufficient amount of resourcing that was available at that stage of the project?
Yes, I think I say getting back to I think it was commensurate with the risk allocation in the contract. So we weren't doing a design check or a design audit at that point. We were just reviewing the submissions. And I appreciate Colin said that there's probably a focus period where he was probably spending a bit more time in it than that. Just because of we only really, I think when the final tenders came in, there was a completeness check was needed, and then we probably about 2 or 3 weeks beyond that to then come up with the ultimate final scores. So there probably was a bit more of an intensive period. I don't know if maybe Colin's thinking about the average over the period as opposed to the focused evaluation period.
Okay, thank you. Because you tell us within your statement, you're not obviously involved in reviewing any particular submissions, particularly on mechanical and electrical engineering issues, because you wouldn't have the relevant skill set. So in terms of the assessment that's taking place, mechanical and electrical engineering, it's really Mr. McRae and Mr. Stevenson that would be carrying out that task on the Mott MacDonald side, is that correct?
Yes.
I think just picking up at this stage, one comment that you'd made, you've talked about the approach that Mott MacDonald were taking and the fact that it wouldn't be an intensive audit that was being taken at this stage. Am I right in thinking that that's your evidence that it wasn't an audit that was being undertaken? It was really, I think you refer to as spot checks that were being undertaken. Is that right?
Yes, I think probably sample reviews. I think maybe spot check sample.
Sample. The only reason I raise that, and it's in fairness, other witnesses that have given evidence to the inquiry. So, for example, Mr. Hall, who worked for Multiplex, he described Mott MacDonald's role as more being akin to a shadow design team. Do you have any observations on that comment?
We definitely didn't have a design team working on the project. No, there was a limited number, but we did we had the team for the procurement phase. We started into the preferred bidder to financial close phase. I think we probably did start to increase the resource more because there was more comments we're getting up as we started to do the reviews of the documents towards financial close. So I think it's fair to say it did increase a bit beyond that, but it still wasn't a design team.
Again, if I could just ask you a couple more questions about that. For those of us that don't work in that area, why wouldn't Mott MacDonald be undertaking the role of a shadow design team at the procurement stage of a major project like this?
It's back to the risk allocation in an NPD contract. It's the private sector specialist healthcare designers are best placed to take the technical risk. The NHS Lothian or the board in these contracts are better to take the clinical risk. Hence, it's back to that. Yeah, who's best placed to take the risk, and that's how the contract was set up. So, yeah, there wasn't seen to be a need to do an audit of the design.
I think, again, one other question that I'd ask is if that design risk sits with the bidder, the contractor, why even carry out sample reviews?
It was beneficial to the client that we would do some level of review to support their team and develop the proposals. It was still helpful. I think it was helpful to NHS Lothian. It was helpful to IHSL to provide some comments. And
how would you determine what level of sampling to do? I appreciate it's a long time ago, but again, it's people talk about I'm not doing a full audit. I'm just doing a sampling approach. But it's difficult in the abstract to understand how intensive or a light touch approach was being adopted. Can you remember what was happening?
Yeah, I didn't do the reviews myself, so it's difficult to say how they judged what to review and what not to review. I guess we were discussing it with Mott MacDonald were appointed on the 4 other NPD projects at that point. So the reviews at the beginning were consistent with the level of reviews we were doing on the other projects as a comparison. But on this project, it did start to increase a bit as more issues were encountered as the project developed.
And in terms of doing the sampling approach, and I appreciate it might be fair to say that it would more be for a mechanical or electrical engineer to say how much sampling to do, but in terms of doing the sampling approach as opposed to doing a full audit, was that because of the risk allocation approach? Was that really the main driver to the approach that was taken here?
Yes, yeah, and that was the discussions we had with NHS Lothian. Remember conversations saying, why would we employ you to do a design if we've already employed somebody else to do the design?
Well, because that was the next question I was going to ask. In terms of your understanding, was NHS Lothian aware that what Mott MacDonald was doing was a sampling approach as opposed to a forensic audit of tenders that were coming in?
Yes. Yeah.
And again, I appreciate it's 10 years ago, but can you remember who those conversations were taking place with in terms of who's involved in those discussions on the Mott MacDonald side and who's involved in the NHS Lothian side?
I think I remember having chats with Brian Curry about it. That was the bit I remember when we said, yeah, why would we employ Mott MacDonald to do a design when we've already got a design team doing that? So Brian would have been my main point of contact. I think I'm sure Richard would have done presentations to NHS Lothian explaining the risk allocation of the contract, and then that was then reflected in the scope.
And in terms of the comment that you're making in terms of the rhetorical question from NHS Lothian, why would we do that? Are we really talking about risk allocation, the time to do an exercise like that, and the cost for Mott MacDonald to do an exercise like that?
Yeah, it's primarily risk allocation. And it's also if you start to do your own design, then you end up coming with 2 designs and you don't get any further forward. So it was very much trying a supportive role, trying to help NHS Lothian and IHSL develop the proposals as opposed to doing a separate design in its entirety.
I want to move on and just ask you a related but a slightly different set of questions, and it's really relating to statements that would have been made by individuals from Mott MacDonald to potential bidders, and also in the period from preferred bidder to financial close, because there does seem to be a difference in the witness statements that have been received from the inquiry as to exactly what was being said at that time. As I understand it from your witness statement, your recollection is that what tenderers and particularly the preferred bidder was being told in the period from preferred bidder to financial close was that really issues like the environmental matrix, it was for them to take the draft on and develop that as their own design. Is that correct? That your recollection?
Yes, absolutely.
Because again, there's other individuals that their recollection is that that wasn't what they were being told. They were being told that the environmental matrix in particular was a client brief, it was fixed and it shouldn't be changed. What's your recollection of what was being said at the time?
There was very detailed discussions over quite a time about the general principle of the risk allocation. There's a number of fronts to this. If we look at the environmental matrix itself, an Excel copy, so IHSL had asked for an Excel copy of that, and so an Excel copy of the Hilling-Kirkwood matrix that was passed to IHSL for them to develop. So IHSL then started to develop that and make their own changes to the matrix, and they made a number of changes to the matrix to suit the requirements. So things like, first of all, they removed the Hilling-Kirkwood logo, which was a sign it was their own. They changed the format of the sheet. The main bulk of the matrix, the format changed. The guidance notes were changed as well. So, there was an RFI came in, RFI 5 came in for which related to humidification. So the matrix was discussed in itself. There was also discussions about the contract documents, so likes of the board construction, the procurement documents, the environmental matrix sat in Appendix C of the BCRs. That was for a procurement purpose. That then was moved to the Scheduled Part 6, Section 6, the room data sheet sections for the financial close documents. There was also, it was discussed more generally that environmental matrix and compliance with the board's construction requirements, that was discussed. There was also a derogation.
Sorry, just that last, just the way you put that. We're talking about discussions, and what I picked up, and I may have picked it up wrongly, was the environmental matrix was an expression of the board's construction requirements. Is that what you said, or maybe you said the exact opposite?
Sorry, the environmental matrix in the procurement documents was included as an Appendix C. When we moved to financial close, the board's construction requirements were updated and the environmental matrix was taken out of the board's construction requirements, and in the contract it was put into Schedule Part 6, Section 6, which is the room data sheet section. So it was taken out as a board construction requirement and put in as a room data sheet, part of the room data sheet section.
Thank you.
So yeah, so there was quite a few things. There was the derogation. MEP 15 was another one. There was a clause in the BCR's project code shall comply with the environmental matrix, and we agreed with IHSL that just for clarity we would provide extra comments. So there was a derogation agreed, which directed it would have been project code to it would have been scheduled Part 6, Section 5, which is the reviewable design data section, and then there's a Part 4 to the reviewable design data section, which has the comments on the environmental matrix for project code to address. So it was discussed a lot and on a number of fronts.
And again, there's a lot of helpful detail that you've provided there that we'll just come on and look at in a bit more of a granular level. But just thinking about conversations at the minute, and I'm not asking you to say that a specific conversation took place on a specific day, but from what you're saying, are you involved in direct discussions with IHSL in particular about the status of the environmental matrix?
I think it would likely have been either the project management group. It wouldn't have been one-to-one type conversation, more likely in the project management group or the design steering group where the conversations took place.
Okay, but that would be information that you would be conveying or information that a colleague is conveying whenever you're present?
It would vary. We would generally escalate issues. If there was issues to be escalated, we would escalate it. There was a project management executive meeting, which was NHS Loading and Advisors, and that took place before the project management group or the project delivery group meeting. So we would feed into the project management group, and then as necessary, NHS Loading would generally then lead that escalation.
So if I could just, as an example, ask you to have your statement in front of you, please. So that's Bundle 13. You'd pick matters up on page 157 at page 79, please. See paragraph 79 beginning the development of the environmental matrix.
Yes, thanks.
Detail the inquiry, the development of the environmental matrix in the preferred bidder to financial close phase started with a discussion on transferring the ownership of the environmental matrix to IHSL. I recall being involved in a conversation to the effect that it was now IHSL's EM and was for IHSL to develop, following which on 3rd July 2014, IHSL asked for an Excel version of the environmental matrix in order that they could develop it in accordance with their own design. Do you see that?
Yes.
Could you just tell, what do you mean about this discussion in terms of transferring ownership? What were you saying at that point in time?
So I think my recollection is that would have been in one of the MEP workshops that we had, and where that conversation took place, and then say following which there was a request to get the matrix for IHSL to develop.
And in terms of that meeting, are there representatives from IHSL that are present?
Yes.
And again, I know it's a long time ago, but can you remember who those individuals were?
It would likely have been Ken Hall. I don't think there was anyone actually from IHSL. It was probably the multiplex and the designers that were probably in the meeting.
Thank you. If I could ask...
I've used IHSL generally, apologies.
No, it's not a criticism. It's just, I think in fairness, if there is a difference in opinion between people, it's helpful to clarify with you specific individuals. So thank you for that, Mr. Greer. If I could ask you to have in front of you Bundle 10, Volume 1, please. Sorry, Bundle 10, Volume 2, please. And if we could go to page 1300. So Bundle 10, Volume 2, page 1300. And if we could perhaps just look at the second email there. So that's an email from Ken Hall to Maureen Brown and you, Graeme Greer. Do you see that?
Yes,
on the 3rd of July 2014. Good morning, Graeme. Stuart has asked if he could have the environmental matrix in Excel rather than PDF version, allowed to populate the schedule with any changes. Is this something you could help us with, Ken? Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that the email that you're referring to in terms of a request for an Excel spreadsheet version of the environmental matrix? Yes. Again, just thinking of this idea in terms of whether the environmental matrix is a draft to be developed or it's a fixed client brief. Do you have any observations in terms of why you were being asked for an Excel spreadsheet copy of the environmental matrix?
It was to allow IHSL to develop the matrix to suit their design.
So again, just so I'm understanding things, is your understanding that the environmental matrix produced by Hulley and Kirkwood, provided with the invitation to participate in dialogue, was effectively the starting point for the development of a design?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, starter for 10, I would probably say.
I appreciate that you wouldn't have been involved in the minutiae of the detail, but in your management role, were you aware of comments being provided by NHSL, NHS Lothian and Mott MacDonald to IHSL during the course, particularly of the period from preferred bidder to financial close?
Yeah, I would likely have been involved in most of the environmental matrix exchanges.
And again, just thinking at this stage in terms of the differing views and in terms of whether the environmental matrix was a draft to be developed or it was a fixed client brief, why was NHS Lothian and Mott MacDonald feeding comments back?
It was part of the development of the matrix. The IHSL would update their matrix. It would be submitted It would be submitted. I think we'd started the review procedure informally at that point, so it would have been submitted through effectively the review procedure, albeit the contract wasn't in place at that point. And then through the review procedure, we would, in conjunction with NHS Lothian, generate comments and feedback, any observations we had on project IHSL submission.
So we're still really just looking at the status of the document. We'll come on and look at some of the other aspects of the procurement exercise. But if I could ask you to have bundle 4, please, page 218. Bundle 4, page 218. It should have in the top left-hand corner environmental matrix comments from the 13th of October 2014. Do you see that?
Yes.
And there's 2 columns there. One is the board has the following initial technical comments on the draft 1 of the environmental matrix, and then you see on the right hand side IHSL's update 22nd October 2014. Do you see that? So can you just explain what's this document? What's it doing? What's its purpose?
I think that the column on the left would have been the Malt MacDonald and NHS Lothian generated comments submitted, I say, informally through the review procedure, and then column on the right would be IHSL's response to the queries and how they were proposing to update their matrix. Thank you.
We could put that document to one side. I want to now sort of return to the slightly earlier stages of the project. You'd mentioned competitive dialogue. As you're getting towards the end of competitive dialogue, there would be a draft final tender that's submitted. Is that right?
Yes.
Could you just explain to the inquiry, what was the purpose of a draft final tender being submitted?
It was, I think the main aim of the draft final tender was to make sure that there was 2 compliant tenders, at least 2 compliant tenders to go to the final tender stage.
And you mentioned in your statement, and I think I picked you up in your evidence earlier, saying that they weren't scored. So how was an assessment being made that broadly there were going to be 2 compliant tenders if there weren't scores being allocated?
I think it was, we discussed this with Mick Roberts, who were NHS Lothian's legal advisors, and the comments that we could generate was where we felt the draft final tenders weren't achieving a pass rate. So that was, we weren't allowed to provide comments beyond that, because that was, I think I would come across as coaching one of the other bidders. So it was comments to the bidders in order that they could try and get over in the technical scoring. It was, I think you had to get over a score of 5 for some of the questions to achieve a pass, and that was part of the, or some in other cases there was pass fail criteria. It was to provide comments to help the bidders get to that pass status.
So, again, just so I'm understanding, perhaps a very broad brush assessment to make sure that tenders were going to move through the pass-fail questions and get to the point of being scored, yes, as opposed to being excluded, so that there were less tenders to be assessed and actually scored. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. But after the competitive dialogue closes, you mentioned that there's the invitation to submit final tenders that gets issued. Were you involved in the drafting of that document?
Yes.
And how significant were the changes that were made to the invitation to submit final tenders as opposed to the invitation to participate in dialogue?
It was largely a copy of the ITPD. So it was updated to reflect the revised submission dates for when the final tenders were due. There were some technical changes. There was an issue arose. It was to do with the Schedule Part 16 change protocol catalogue, where the bidders had the bidders had submitted catalogue values above the market rate, and which would have been used for the 25-year contract. So we introduced a quantifiable bidder amendment to the ISFT, but generally, so that was the one technical change I remember making to responding to an issue that was identified through the dialogue process. But generally speaking, it was administrative changes, updating it to suit the actual submission dates.
So if we think, for example, of the board's construction requirements, were there any significant changes that were taking place to the board's construction requirements from ITPD to ISFT stage?
I don't think there were any changes.
Thank you. I'd now like to ask you some questions about the assessment of tenders themselves. So competitive dialogue closes, tenders are submitted, and then there's going to have to be the assessment that takes place, including the involvement from Mott MacDonald's technical individuals, as you've outlined. Can you just explain your understanding of how were the pass-fail criteria, how were they going to be assessed in terms of final tenders?
I think that they would be passed against the evaluation criteria. It would just be a straight, have they met the evaluation criteria, or have they not?
And you mentioned within your statement a document called the evaluation manual.
Yes.
What was the evaluation manual?
There was a manual that was developed with, I think it was with McRoberts and EY, so EY with the financial advisors, McRoberts the legal advisors to NHS Lothian, and there was a document that we issued to the evaluators to help them. Some of the evaluators might not have done this before, so it was to give them a steer about how they go about the evaluation process.
Thank you. So if I could ask you to have in front of you, please, Bundle 8, page 101. See a document here, Competitive Dialogue Project Plan and Final Tender Evaluation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to as the evaluation manual?
I'm not sure. Just scroll down a page. Would that be possible?
Yeah, certainly.
I thought it was called something different, but
You see in that page it says a bright new future, a project to re-provide services from the Royal Hospital for Sick Children, Child and Adolescent Mental Health Services and Department of Clinical Neurosciences in a single building adjoining the Royal Infirmary of Edinburgh at Little France, re-provision of RHSC and DCN at Little France.
yeah. So it's just the name. It's the Competitive Dialogue Project Plan and Final Tender Evaluation. I'm happy to go through it. Sorry, I'm just not sure if it's the one I've produced.
As we go through it, if it's not a document you recognise or you think it's a different draft that you'd seen, please just do say so, Mr. Greer. If we could look on to page 104, please. See the introduction section.
Sorry, could you scroll back to the 2 pages just for the table of?
Yeah, so it's on page 103 is the issue and revision record.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was. I was involved in the earlier iteration, so yeah, it's fine.
So
I just wasn't sure if it was the one that was done at the final tender stage, or if this was earlier when we looked at the competitive dialogue.
Okay, so again, you've seen a document like this, whether it was this specific version you've seen or an earlier draft, you're perhaps not sure, and 10 years on, that's perhaps not surprising, Mr. Greer. If I could ask you to look to page 104, please, which is the introduction. First paragraph, this manual is intended to provide for all members of the re-provision of the Royal Hospital Sick Children RHSC and Department of Clinical Neuroscience DCN at Little France project team a guide on the competitive dialogue process, a guide on undertaking the draft final tender reviews, and a step-by-step guide on the final tender evaluation process, their role and what is expected from them during the evaluation, as well as the tools necessary in order to undertake their role. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, does that tie in with what you're saying about why this document would be produced? Because some of the people undertaking the exercise might not have had a lot of experience on these types of projects.
Yes.
If I could ask you to look on, please, to page 114. So section 5 is the draft final tender review. And there's the overview, 5.1. The draft final tender shall not be scored by the board. The draft tender shall be used as a tool for the board to ensure that bidders have solutions capable of meeting its requirements, thus enabling the board to proceed to conclude the dialogue period. It follows that review of draft final tenders shall focus on whether each bidder's submission meet the board's requirements set out in the ITPD as supplemented and clarified by the board during the dialogue period. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, does that tie in with what you've told the inquiry already, that the whole purpose of having a draft final tender wasn't to do a detailed scoring exercise or a dry run? It was really to make sure in a broad sense that there was going to be compliant tenders to be assessed at the final tender stage.
Yes.
I can ask you then to look on to page 123, please. And it's about 2/3 of the way down. There's the bold heading, Guidance on Quality Scoring Technical, and then there's subsection 6.6.1, Pass/Fail Test. Do you see that?
Yes.
Which states, in the first instance, all of the responses to each question will be evaluated on a pass-fail basis. This also includes those responses that are subsequently scored. Provision is made in the Appendix E pro forma to record the outcome of this pass-fail evaluation. As noted in paragraph 6.1 above, should a final tender fail this test, then the final tender will be deemed to be non-compliant and no further evaluation will be carried out. 6.6.2 scored questions. We'll come on in a moment and look at the ITPD itself, but it would be helpful to have your observations in terms of the scoring. What's going to be a pass and what's going to be a fail?
I think the ITPD and the ISFT required that the score had to be over a 5 to pass. I think, and then so that there was a matrix which determined what a score of 5 to 10 and how that what the criteria were to get that score, or a score of 5 or a score of 10.
So if we're thinking about the board construction requirements, there would be questions. There's the pass fail. You've got to get above a 5 to get a pass, and if you get through that, then you would be into the actual weighted scoring.
Yes, I think the board construction requirement. I think that was a pass fail question. I don't think that was. I think that was just a straight. Are you complying with the board's construction requirements? I think.
And again, before we come on and look at the detail, how intense a review are the scoring team going to be taking? So the board construction requirements, very detailed document. How were they assessing in terms of the scoring? Who's going to be passing, that they're complying with the board's construction requirements, and who's going to be failing?
I think it was almost the flip side to that. I think the onus was on the bidders to say they were confirming they were complying with the board's construction requirements, as opposed to a review. So, yeah, I don't recall which might have been. I can't remember the specific question, but there was a question asking the bidders to confirm they would comply with the board's construction requirements. So the onus is on the bidders as opposed to the NHS team.
So we'll come on and maybe look at that in a bit more detail. But at this stage, what I'd like to understand is just that specific issue. So bidders are asked, do you comply with the board's construction requirements? And if someone says, yes, I do, is there any further interrogation that's taking place, or is such a statement being taken effectively at face value?
It was taken at face value, was my recollection, yeah.
If I could ask you to have in front of you, please, within bundle 2, page 1001. This is part of the invitation to participate in dialogue, and it's section 5, tender evaluation and contract award criteria. And if we look to 5.2, overview of evaluation process, you'll see 5.2.1, the final tender evaluation will comprise the following steps. So 5.2.1, if we look to D, evaluation of all the quality evaluation criteria on a pass-fail basis, as more fully set out in paragraph 5.6.2, quality evaluation criteria. We'll come on to look at that, but it's just whenever it mentions here that there's going to be an evaluation of matters on a pass-fail basis, should we understand that the evaluation was simply checking that someone had said that they were going to comply with whatever the requirement was?
I think it would depend on the question. The one that jumps out, just I remember, is the board construction requirements one, where it was, I think, as I say, was taken at face value. I can't remember any of the other pass fail questions offhand, but yeah. So I think it would depend on what the context of the
We'll
question.
come on to look at this because, again, as you recognise, within the board construction requirements, there are a lot of things that have to be done. But the question that is posed that we'll come to see is there compliance with the board's construction requirements, pass stroke fail? And again, I've got you noted as saying what happens is there's a check that someone says they're going to comply, but in terms of the long list within the board construction requirement, there's not a forensic analysis of whether each of those sub-criteria are going to be met at the tender evaluation stage.
Yeah, definitely not, no.
Again, to a lay person not working that space, that might seem surprising, but it might not be surprising to someone that's working in the space. So why was there what appears at face value to be quite a light touch approach being taken?
It goes back to the overall risk allocation in the contract and who takes the risk of compliance, and to say the risk of compliance sat with the bidders and the third bidder and then ultimately Project Co. There wasn't a need, and also just that would be in order to check each design against all the clauses in the that would be a huge task. It wouldn't be possible at all in the time available.
And just in terms of the scale of that task, again, if we were thinking about the board's construction requirements and a pass-fail against each of those, if they were being interrogated for each tender, are we talking about days, weeks, months? What would we be talking about in terms of resourcing?
Yeah. Months, yeah.
Thank you. Still within the ITPD, if I could ask you to have in front of you, please, page 1003, and to look at subparagraph 5.6.2. States the board are keen to ensure that the bidder appointed preferred bidder is able to deliver the highest quality in respect of all its requirements. Therefore, in the first instance, all QEC will be evaluated on a pass-stroke-fail basis. Primarily, the QEC will be evaluated in accordance with the pass-fail criteria set out in Table B of this paragraph 5.6. However, in some instances, the board's requirements for a QEC are not set out in Volume 2 and Volume 3 of the IPD, and as such, Table B shall not apply. In those cases, the QEC shall be evaluated by the board based on the pass-fail criteria set out in the column headed Pass-Stroke-Fail Guidance where relevant in Appendix A2 of the ITPD. It is the board's intention that during dialogue and draft final tender stages, bidders will be made aware of elements of the proposed solution they are developing which are unlikely to achieve a pass in accordance with the relevant criteria as set out in Table B or Appendix A2 to A22. Do you see that?
Yes.
So again, is that what you've told us previously, that there's this broad brush approach that takes place at the draft final tender with the hope then that what you're going to be evaluating at the final tender stage is already a compliant tender?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. We then see towards the bottom of page 1003 the various tables. We've got Table A, evaluation basis and weighting for quality evaluation criteria. If we move down, we'll see on page 1005, you'll see that the heading C dash approach to design and construction. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if we look further down on page 1005, we'll see, for example, C8, which was clarity, robustness and quality of M&E engineering design proposals. That's a scored criteria with a weighted criterion of 1.06. Do you see that?
Yes.
But if we look further down onto page 1006, if we look to C21, you see C21 compliance with board's construction requirements. That was a pass or a fail assessment.
Yes.
Thank you. Look, just finally within this document to page 1008, you see a bold heading at the top, Table B, pass-stroke-fail criteria for quality evaluation criteria. Do you see that?
Yes.
With a pass being described as follows: the bidder's approach demonstrates a satisfactory understanding of the board's requirements and delivers a satisfactory level of compliance with the board's requirements. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, if we think of the board's construction requirements that we've just seen in terms of the pass-fail, Should the inquiry understand that someone would demonstrate a satisfactory understanding of the board's construction requirements and be awarded a pass if they simply said that they were going to be complying with the board's construction requirements?
Yes. Yeah, I didn't do the evaluation myself, but that's my recollection of what happened during the...
Thank you. Lord Bury, I'm conscious that that's 1 o'clock. I think I will definitely finish Mr Greer's evidence this afternoon, but I think I do have some time to go, so now may be an appropriate time to break for lunch.
We'll take our break now in that case. Mr Greer, we usually take an hour for lunch, so if you could be back for 2 o'clock. That's Mr Greer could be taken out. And we'll sit again at 2.
Please stand.